Kailasa is the enlightenment ecosystem. It may be mapped on a temple, monastery, adinam, a nation. It may be mapped on planet Earth, but Kailasa itself is an enlightenment ecosystem. Thousands and thousands radiate light. Millions and millions manifesting power, living together all over the world, happily, blissfully, peacefully, powerfully. Kailasa is the enlightenment ecosystem. It may be mapped on a temple, monastery, adinam, a nation. It may be mapped on planet Earth, but Kailasa itself is an enlightenment ecosystem. Thousands and thousands radiate light. Millions and millions manifesting power, living together all over the world, happily, blissfully, peacefully, powerfully. Kailasa is the enlightenment ecosystem. It may be mapped on a temple, monastery, adinam, a nation. It may be mapped on planet Earth, but Kailasa itself is an enlightenment ecosystem. Thousands and thousands radiate light. Millions and millions manifesting power, living together all over the world, happily, blissfully, peacefully, powerfully. Kailasa is the enlightenment ecosystem. It may be mapped on a temple, monastery, adinam, a nation. It may be mapped on planet Earth, but Kailasa itself is an enlightenment ecosystem. Thousands and thousands radiate light. Millions and millions manifesting power, living together all over the world, happily, blissfully, peacefully, powerfully. Kailasa is the enlightenment ecosystem. It may be mapped on a temple, monastery, adinam, a nation. It may be mapped on planet Earth, but Kailasa itself is an enlightenment ecosystem. Thousands and thousands radiate light. Millions and millions manifesting power, living together all over the world, happily, blissfully, peacefully, powerfully. Kailasa is the enlightenment ecosystem. It may be mapped on a temple, monastery, adinam, a nation. It may be mapped on planet Earth, but Kailasa itself is an enlightenment ecosystem. Thousands and thousands radiate light. Millions and millions manifesting power, living together all over the world, happily, blissfully, peacefully, powerfully. Kailasa is the enlightenment ecosystem. It may be mapped on a temple, monastery, adinam, a nation. It may be mapped on planet Earth, but Kailasa itself is an enlightenment ecosystem. Thousands and thousands radiate light. Millions and millions manifesting power, living together all over the world, happily, blissfully, peacefully, powerfully. Kailasa is the enlightenment ecosystem. It may be mapped on a temple, monastery, adinam, a nation. It may be mapped on planet Earth, but Kailasa itself is an enlightenment ecosystem. Thousands and thousands radiate light. Millions and millions manifesting power, living together all over the world, happily, blissfully, peacefully, powerfully. Kailasa is the enlightenment ecosystem. It may be mapped on a temple, monastery, adinam, a nation. It may be mapped on planet Earth, but Kailasa itself is an enlightenment ecosystem. Thousands and thousands radiate light. Millions and millions manifesting power, living together all over the world, happily, blissfully, peacefully, powerfully. Kailasa is the enlightenment ecosystem. It may be mapped on a temple, monastery, adinam, a nation. It may be mapped on planet Earth, but Kailasa itself is an enlightenment ecosystem. Thousands and thousands radiate light. Millions and millions manifesting power, living together all over the world, happily, blissfully, peacefully, powerfully. Kailasa is the enlightenment ecosystem. It may be mapped on a temple, monastery, adinam, a nation. It may be mapped on planet Earth, but Kailasa itself is an enlightenment ecosystem. Thousands and thousands radiate light. Millions and millions manifesting power, living together all over the world, happily, blissfully, peacefully, powerfully. Kailasa is the enlightenment ecosystem. It may be mapped on a temple, monastery, adinam, a nation. It may be mapped on planet Earth, but Kailasa itself is an enlightenment ecosystem. Thousands and thousands radiate light. Millions and millions manifesting power, living together all over the world, happily, blissfully, peacefully, powerfully. Kailasa is the enlightenment ecosystem. It may be mapped on a temple, monastery, adinam, a nation. It may be mapped on planet Earth, but Kailasa itself is an enlightenment ecosystem. Thousands and thousands radiate light. Millions and millions manifesting power, living together all over the world, happily, blissfully, peacefully, powerfully. Kailasa is the enlightenment ecosystem. It may be mapped on a temple, monastery, adinam, a nation. It may be mapped on planet Earth, but Kailasa itself is an enlightenment ecosystem. Thousands and thousands radiate light. Millions and millions manifesting power, living together all over the world, happily, blissfully, peacefully, powerfully. Kailasa is the enlightenment ecosystem. It may be mapped on a temple, monastery, adinam, a nation. It may be mapped on planet Earth, but Kailasa itself is an enlightenment ecosystem. Thousands and thousands radiate light. Millions and millions manifesting power, living together all over the world, happily, blissfully, peacefully, powerfully. Kailasa is the enlightenment ecosystem. It may be mapped on a temple, monastery, adinam, a nation. It may be mapped on planet Earth, but Kailasa itself is an enlightenment ecosystem. Thousands and thousands radiate light. Millions and millions manifesting power, living together all over the world, happily, blissfully, peacefully, powerfully. Kailasa is the enlightenment ecosystem. It may be mapped on a temple, monastery, adinam, a nation. It may be mapped on planet Earth, but Kailasa itself is an enlightenment ecosystem. Thousands and thousands radiate light. Millions and millions manifesting power, living together all over the world, happily, blissfully, peacefully, powerfully. Kailasa is the enlightenment ecosystem. It may be mapped on a temple, monastery, adinam, a nation. It may be mapped on planet Earth, but Kailasa itself is an enlightenment ecosystem. Thousands and thousands radiate light. Millions and millions manifesting power, living together all over the world, happily, blissfully, peacefully, powerfully. Kailasa is the enlightenment ecosystem. It may be mapped on a temple, monastery, adinam, a nation. It may be mapped on planet Earth, but Kailasa itself is an enlightenment ecosystem. Thousands and thousands radiate light. Millions and millions manifesting power, living together all over the world, happily, blissfully, peacefully, powerfully. Kailasa is the enlightenment ecosystem. It may be mapped on a temple, monastery, adinam, a nation. It may be mapped on planet Earth, but Kailasa itself is an enlightenment ecosystem. Thousands and thousands radiate light. Millions and millions manifesting power, living together all over the world, happily, blissfully, peacefully, powerfully. Kailasa is the enlightenment ecosystem. It may be mapped on a temple, monastery, adinam, a nation. It may be mapped on planet Earth, but Kailasa itself is an enlightenment ecosystem. Thousands and thousands radiate light. Millions and millions manifesting power, living together all over the world, happily, blissfully, peacefully, powerfully. Kailasa is the enlightenment ecosystem. It may be mapped on a temple, monastery, adinam, a nation. It may be mapped on planet Earth, but Kailasa itself is an enlightenment ecosystem. Thousands and thousands radiate light. Millions and millions manifesting power, living together all over the world, happily, blissfully, peacefully, powerfully. Kailasa is the enlightenment ecosystem. It may be mapped on a temple, monastery, adinam, a nation. It may be mapped on planet Earth, but Kailasa itself is an enlightenment ecosystem. Thousands and thousands radiate light. Millions and millions manifesting power, living together all over the world, happily, blissfully, peacefully, powerfully. Kailasa is the enlightenment ecosystem. It may be mapped on a temple, monastery, adinam, a nation. It may be mapped on planet Earth, but Kailasa itself is an enlightenment ecosystem. Thousands and thousands radiate light. Millions and millions manifesting power, living together all over the world, happily, blissfully, peacefully, powerfully. Kailasa is the enlightenment ecosystem. It may be mapped on a temple, monastery, adhinam, a nation. It may be mapped on planet Earth, but Kailasa itself is an enlightenment ecosystem. Thousands and thousands radiate light. Millions and millions manifesting power, living together all over the world, happily, blissfully, peacefully, powerfully. Kailasa is the enlightenment ecosystem. It may be mapped on a temple, monastery, adhinam, a nation. It may be mapped on planet Earth, but Kailasa itself is an enlightenment ecosystem. Thousands and thousands radiate light. Millions and millions manifesting power, living together all over the world, happily, blissfully, peacefully, powerfully. Kailasa is the enlightenment ecosystem. It may be mapped on a temple, monastery, adhinam, a nation. It may be mapped on planet Earth, but Kailasa itself is an enlightenment ecosystem. Thousands and thousands radiate light. Millions and millions manifesting power, living together all over the world, happily, blissfully, peacefully, powerfully. Kailasa is the enlightenment ecosystem. It may be mapped on a temple, monastery, adhinam, a nation. It may be mapped on planet Earth, but Kailasa itself is an enlightenment ecosystem. Thousands and thousands radiate light. Millions and millions manifesting power, living together all over the world, happily, blissfully, peacefully, powerfully. Kailasa is the enlightenment ecosystem. It may be mapped on a temple, monastery, adinam, a nation. It may be mapped on planet Earth, but Kailasa itself is an enlightenment ecosystem. Thousands and thousands radiate light. Millions and millions manifesting power, living together all over the world, happily, blissfully, peacefully, powerfully. Kailasa is the enlightenment ecosystem. It may be mapped on a temple, monastery, adinam, a nation. It may be mapped on planet Earth, but Kailasa itself is an enlightenment ecosystem. Thousands and thousands radiate light. Millions and millions manifesting power, living together all over the world, happily, blissfully, peacefully, powerfully. Kailasa is the enlightenment ecosystem. It may be mapped on a temple, monastery, adinam, a nation. It may be mapped on planet Earth, but Kailasa itself is an enlightenment ecosystem. Thousands and thousands radiate light. Millions and millions manifesting power, living together all over the world, happily, blissfully, peacefully, powerfully. Kailasa is the enlightenment ecosystem. It may be mapped on a temple, monastery, adinam, a nation. It may be mapped on planet Earth, but Kailasa itself is an enlightenment ecosystem. Thousands and thousands radiate light. Millions and millions manifesting power, living together all over the world, happily, blissfully, peacefully, powerfully. Kailasa is the enlightenment ecosystem. It may be mapped on a temple, monastery, adinam, a nation. It may be mapped on planet Earth, but Kailasa itself is an enlightenment ecosystem. Thousands and thousands radiate light. Millions and millions manifesting power, living together all over the world, happily, blissfully, peacefully, powerfully. Kailasa is the enlightenment ecosystem. It may be mapped on a temple, monastery, adinam, a nation. It may be mapped on planet Earth, but Kailasa itself is an enlightenment ecosystem. Thousands and thousands radiate light. Millions and millions manifesting power, living together all over the world, happily, blissfully, peacefully, powerfully. Kailasa is the enlightenment ecosystem. It may be mapped on a temple, monastery, adinam, a nation. It may be mapped on planet Earth, but Kailasa itself is an enlightenment ecosystem. Thousands and thousands radiate light. Millions and millions manifesting power, living together all over the world, happily, blissfully, peacefully, powerfully. Kailasa is the enlightenment ecosystem. It may be mapped on a temple, monastery, adinam, a nation. It may be mapped on planet Earth, but Kailasa itself is an enlightenment ecosystem. Thousands and thousands radiate light. Millions and millions manifesting power, living together all over the world, happily, blissfully, peacefully, powerfully. Kailasa is the enlightenment ecosystem. It may be mapped on a temple, monastery, adhinam, a nation. It may be mapped on planet Earth, but Kailasa itself is an enlightenment ecosystem. Thousands and thousands radiate light. Millions and millions manifesting power, living together all over the world, happily, blissfully, peacefully, powerfully. Kailasa is the enlightenment ecosystem. It may be mapped on a temple, monastery, adhinam, a nation. It may be mapped on planet Earth, but Kailasa itself is an enlightenment ecosystem. Thousands and thousands radiate light. Millions and millions manifesting power, living together all over the world, happily, blissfully, peacefully, powerfully. Kailasa is the enlightenment ecosystem. It may be mapped on a temple, monastery, adhinam, a nation. It may be mapped on planet Earth, but Kailasa itself is an enlightenment ecosystem. Thousands and thousands radiate light. Millions and millions manifesting power, living together all over the world, happily, blissfully, peacefully, powerfully. Kailasa is the enlightenment ecosystem. It may be mapped on a temple, monastery, adhinam, a nation. It may be mapped on planet Earth, but Kailasa itself is an enlightenment ecosystem. Thousands and thousands radiate light. Millions and millions manifesting power, living together all over the world, happily, blissfully, peacefully, powerfully. Kailasa is the enlightenment ecosystem. It may be mapped on a temple, monastery, adinam, a nation. It may be mapped on planet Earth, but Kailasa itself is an enlightenment ecosystem. Thousands and thousands radiate light. Millions and millions manifesting power, living together all over the world, happily, blissfully, peacefully, powerfully. Kailasa is the enlightenment ecosystem. It may be mapped on a temple, monastery, adinam, a nation. It may be mapped on planet Earth, but Kailasa itself is an enlightenment ecosystem. Thousands and thousands radiate light. Millions and millions manifesting power, living together all over the world, happily, blissfully, peacefully, powerfully. Kailasa is the enlightenment ecosystem. It may be mapped on a temple, monastery, adinam, a nation. It may be mapped on planet Earth, but Kailasa itself is an enlightenment ecosystem. Thousands and thousands radiate light. Millions and millions manifesting power, living together all over the world, happily, blissfully, peacefully, powerfully. Kailasa is the enlightenment ecosystem. It may be mapped on a temple, monastery, adinam, a nation. It may be mapped on planet Earth, but Kailasa itself is an enlightenment ecosystem. Thousands and thousands radiate light. Millions and millions manifesting power, living together all over the world, happily, blissfully, peacefully, powerfully. Kailasa is the enlightenment ecosystem. It may be mapped on a temple, monastery, adinam, a nation. It may be mapped on planet Earth, but Kailasa itself is an enlightenment ecosystem. Thousands and thousands radiate light. Millions and millions manifesting power, living together all over the world, happily, blissfully, peacefully, powerfully. Kailasa is the enlightenment ecosystem. It may be mapped on a temple, monastery, adinam, a nation. It may be mapped on planet Earth, but Kailasa itself is an enlightenment ecosystem. Thousands and thousands radiate light. Millions and millions manifesting power, living together all over the world, happily, blissfully, peacefully, powerfully. Kailasa is the enlightenment ecosystem. It may be mapped on a temple, monastery, adinam, a nation. It may be mapped on planet Earth, but Kailasa itself is an enlightenment ecosystem. Thousands and thousands radiate light. Millions and millions manifesting power, living together all over the world, happily, blissfully, peacefully, powerfully. Kailasa is the enlightenment ecosystem. It may be mapped on a temple, monastery, adinam, a nation. It may be mapped on planet Earth, but Kailasa itself is an enlightenment ecosystem. Thousands and thousands radiate light. Millions and millions manifesting power, living together all over the world, happily, blissfully, peacefully, powerfully. Kailasa is the enlightenment ecosystem. It may be mapped on a temple, monastery, adinam, a nation. It may be mapped on planet Earth, but Kailasa itself is an enlightenment ecosystem. Thousands and thousands radiate light. Millions and millions manifesting power, living together all over the world, happily, blissfully, peacefully, powerfully. Kailasa is the enlightenment ecosystem. It may be mapped on a temple, monastery, adinam, a nation. It may be mapped on planet Earth, but Kailasa itself is an enlightenment ecosystem. Thousands and thousands radiate light. Millions and millions manifesting power, living together all over the world, happily, blissfully, peacefully, powerfully. Kailasa is the enlightenment ecosystem. It may be mapped on a temple, monastery, adinam, a nation. It may be mapped on planet Earth, but Kailasa itself is an enlightenment ecosystem. Thousands and thousands radiate light. Millions and millions manifesting power, living together all over the world, happily, blissfully, peacefully, powerfully. Kailasa is the enlightenment ecosystem. It may be mapped on a temple, monastery, adinam, a nation. It may be mapped on planet Earth, but Kailasa itself is an enlightenment ecosystem. Thousands and thousands radiate light. Millions and millions manifesting power, living together all over the world, happily, blissfully, peacefully, powerfully. Kailasa is the enlightenment ecosystem. It may be mapped on a temple, monastery, adinam, a nation. It may be mapped on planet Earth, but Kailasa itself is an enlightenment ecosystem. Thousands and thousands radiate light. Millions and millions manifesting power, living together all over the world, happily, blissfully, peacefully, powerfully. Kailasa is the enlightenment ecosystem. It may be mapped on a temple, monastery, adinam, a nation. It may be mapped on planet Earth, but Kailasa itself is an enlightenment ecosystem. Thousands and thousands radiate light. Millions and millions manifesting power, living together all over the world, happily, blissfully, peacefully, powerfully. Kailasa is the enlightenment ecosystem. It may be mapped on a temple, monastery, adinam, a nation. It may be mapped on planet Earth, but Kailasa itself is an enlightenment.
Able to manifest Shaktis, it is because the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism descended on the planet 43 years back today. Recently, we began celebrating the 44th Jayanti of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, and we observed the most auspicious rituals during this 21-day festival, celebrating the happening of Paramashiva on planet Earth. Truly, it is a time now that we can celebrate his happening, and each and every one of us can celebrate the end of the era of the most abject sufferings on planet Earth. Let us celebrate this happening by sharing the Satsang link across all of the social media platforms with your family and friends, with anyone who might be interested in this great transformation, conscious breakthrough which Swamiji is making happen. Today, for the Uttamottama Seva, we are offering the best of the best offerings to Mahalakshmi, the form of Parashakti as the embodiment and bestower of wealth. The Uttamottama Seva is a Vedic ritual straight from the source, from the Agamas. Uttamottama means best of the best, and the Seva is an offering of the best of the best. It is a ritual of offering. Whatever we offer to Paramashiva comes back to us in thousandfold, and Paramashiva is the source of everything, be it grains or knowledge or skill, people absolutely everything. Offering the best of the best is the way we can offer our gratitude to Paramashiva and being integrated to him and his words. Agama is the only thing we can actually offer him. Hence, as per the instructions of Paramashiva himself in the physical form, the Sachalamurti in the form of the avatar, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, we offered this seva to Nityanandeshwara Paramashiva, the presiding deity of the Nityananda Sangha. Uttamottama Seva is the most intricate ritual that is described by Paramashiva himself. So many offerings are there that come from the best of the best and that is offered in Vedic tradition. From the instruments to the offering of food that should be offered, the Naivedyam, the various types of dance and the way it is danced, the Uttamottama Seva is described by Paramashiva as the best of the best. Paramashiva lives in Adi Kailash, the Bengaluru Adinam, as the Kalpavriksha, as the one who gives whatever you ask. Abhishekam, Vastram, Gandham, Abharanam, Achamanam, Dupam, all of these are the various offerings that we offer to Paramashiva. He has given us these things and we offer them back at his feet with deep gratitude and thus experience Shakti Nipada, the Advaita oneness with him. And as a result, we live the state, radiate the space, and manifest the Shaktis of Paramashiva. And also, since it is the Agama Vidhi of Paramashiva, we offer according to the Agama during this puja. The puja is the Kriya, and Kriya forms one of the Pada of Agama. The best of the food as Naivedyam, the best of the movement of the body can make as the Nritta, the best of the sound which is offered as Sangita, and the best of the consciousness offered as the Shakti Avishkarana, the power manifestation. The best that humanity can offer to Paramashiva as gratitude is offered during the Uttamottama Seva. Today, we are offering the Uttamottama Seva for the goddess Lakshmi, the divine feminine. In so many different satsangs, programs, courses, and initiations, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has liberated the world from the deep misunderstandings and lower cognitions about wealth and currency, and liberated those cognitions in order to adopt higher, powerful cognitions about wealth, abundance, and manifesting abundance in your life. In this way, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has been working towards eradicating poverty and the poverty consciousness throughout the whole world for the last 26 years. We offer this Uttamottama Seva to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism as the one who has liberated so many millions across the world from the extremes of poverty. Now we will proceed towards the offering and the ritualistic offerings conducted by the Nityananda Gurukul Balasans.
Power. Living together all over the world, happily, blissfully, peacefully, powerfully. Kailasa is the enlightenment ecosystem. It may be mapped on a temple, monastery, adinam, a nation. It may be mapped on planet Earth, but Kailasa itself is an enlightenment ecosystem. Thousands and thousands radiate light. Millions and millions manifesting power, living together all over the world, happily, blissfully, peacefully, powerfully. Kailasa is the enlightenment ecosystem. It may be mapped on a temple, monastery, adinam, a nation. It may be mapped on planet Earth, but Kailasa itself is an enlightenment ecosystem. Thousands and thousands radiate light. Millions and millions manifesting power, living together all over the world, happily, blissfully, peacefully, powerfully. Kailasa is the enlightenment ecosystem. It may be mapped on a temple, monastery, adinam, a nation. It may be mapped on planet Earth, but Kailasa itself is an enlightenment ecosystem. Thousands and thousands radiate light. Millions and millions manifesting power, living together all over the world, happily, blissfully.
The first offering of the Paramashiva at the feet of Devi Nithyananda Paramashiva is the offering of the Chaturveda. Devadevottama Devatashtadabhoma Akhilanda Koti Brahmanda Nayaka Shri Nithyanande Shri Parashakti Sameta Shri Nithyanande Shri Paramashiva Chaturveda Chaturvedam Avadharaya. Rigveda Hari Om Agnimile Purohita Yajnasya Devam Vigvitam Hota Aram Ratnadatavam Hari Om Yaturveda Hari Om Isheto Jetva Vayavasto Payapastu Devo Vaishavita Prabhyet Seshudamaya Karmane Hari Om Samaveda Hari Om Agna Ayahi Pitaye Grahano Habvidataye होता शक्ति बरिहिषि हरि ओम अथर्ववेदा हरि ओम तन्नो देवी रहिष्ठय आपो पवन्तु पीतये जन्यो रहिष्ठवन्तु नः हरि ओम. The next offering of the Uttamattama Seva at the feet of Devi Nithyananda Parashakti Sameta Nithyananda Paramashiva is the offering of the Agama Shloka. देवदेवोत्तम देवता सार्वभौमा अखिलांड कोटि ब्रह्मांड नायका श्री नित्यानंदेश्वरी पराशक्ति समेता श्री नित्यानंदेश्वर परमशिवा आगम श्लोक प्रिय आगम श्लोकानवधारय. श्री भगवान उवाच अति कौतूहलाविष्टा पृच्छस्ते तच्छृणु प्रिये यन्मे नेत्रान्तरे वह्नेत् यद्वामृतमनुत्तमम् तत्सर्वं कथयिष्यामि योगयुक्त्या शृणु प्रिये यत्स्वरूपं निजं शुद्धं व्यापकं सर्वतोमुखं सर्वभूतान्तरावस्थं सर्वप्राणिजीवनं योगगम्यं दुरासादं दुष्पापमघृतातमं हि ज्ञानादिषुदगुणा ये ते तत्रस्ताः प्रभवन्ति ता वै महाक्रियारूपा संस्थितैका क्रियामता अनिमादिगुणा नष्टौ करोति विकरोति सा एवं ममेच्छा ज्ञानाख्या क्रियाख्या शक्तिरुच्यते. सूर्या चन्द्रमसौ वह्निर्सुदाम परिकल्पना त्रिनेत्र कल्पना मह्यं तदर्थमिह दृश्यते दहनाप्यायने तेन प्राकाशं विददाम्यहं सृष्टिं स्थितिं संहृतिं च ऋतुर्विददाम्यहं तच्चिदं परं देवम् मम तेजोपबृंहितम् इच्छा ज्ञानक्रिया रूपं नेत्रामृतमन्तमम्.
What I mean by the word KAILASA, listen intensely. Enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself in your own home, wherever you are. If you cannot come to KAILASA, it's okay. KAILASA can come to you. KAILASA coming to you is KAILASA. What I mean by the word KAILASA, listen intensely. Enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself in your own home, wherever you are. If you cannot come to KAILASA, it's okay. KAILASA can come to you. KAILASA coming to you is KAILASA. What I mean by the word KAILASA, listen intensely. enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself, in your own home, wherever you are. If you cannot come to Kailasa, it's okay. Kailasa can come to you. Kailasa coming to you is KAILASA.
अभ्युत्तमोत्तर सेवा अद्वितीय देव नित्यानंद परमशिवा उका आपन स्तोत्र सेवा देवदेवोत्तम देवता सार्वभौमा अखिलांड कोटि ब्रह्मांड नायका नित्यानंदे श्री पराशक्ति समेता नित्यानंदे श्री परमशिवा स्तोत्र प्रिय स्तोत्र अवधारया सुमनस वंदित सुंदरी माधवी चंद्र सहोदरी हेममये मुनिगण वंदित मोक्ष प्रदायिनी मंजुल भाषिनी वेदनुते पंकज वासिनी देव सुपूजित सत्कुलुवशिनी शांतियुते जय जय हे मधुसूदन कामिनी आदिलक्ष्मी सदपालय माम् आदिलक्ष्मी सदपालय माम् आदिलक्ष्मी सदपालय माम् ऐकलिकल्मषनाशिनि कामिनि वैदिक रूपिणि वेदमये क्षीरसमुद्भव मंगल रूपिणि मंत्रिणि भासिनि मंत्रनुते मंगलदायिनी अम्बुजवासिनी देवगणाश्रित पादयुते जय जय हे मधुसूदन कामिनी धान्यलक्ष्मी सदपालय माम् धान्यलक्ष्मी सदपालय माम् धान्यलक्ष्मी सदपालय माम् जय वरवर्षिणि वैष्णवी भार्गवी मंत्र स्वरूपिणि मंत्रमये सुरगण पूजित श्री गपल प्रद ज्ञान विकासिनी शासनुते
Kailasa is the enlightenment ecosystem. It may be mapped on a temple, monastery, adinam, a nation. It may be mapped on planet Earth, but Kailasa itself is an enlightenment ecosystem. Thousands and thousands radiate light. Millions and millions manifesting power, living together all over the world, happily, blissfully, peacefully, powerfully. Kailasa is the enlightenment ecosystem. It may be mapped on a temple, monastery, adinam, a nation. It may be mapped on planet Earth, but Kailasa itself is an enlightenment ecosystem. Thousands and thousands radiate light. Millions and millions manifesting power, living together all over the world, happily, blissfully, peacefully, powerfully. Kailasa is the enlightenment ecosystem. It may be mapped on a temple, monastery, adinam, a nation. It may be mapped on planet Earth, but Kailasa itself is an enlightenment ecosystem. Thousands and thousands radiate light. Millions and millions manifesting power, living together all over the world, happily, blissfully, peacefully, powerfully. I welcome all of you, the whole world, to come and celebrate, enjoy not only the enlightenment ecosystem, the beauty of how it is getting revived. Be an insider for this great revival process. If you are an insider even for a startup company, you will understand not only the result of the company, even that being an insider is such a joy. Being an insider, when it was happening, is something extraordinary. So, I welcome all of you to come and be part of an insider of this revival of Kailasa, the enlightenment ecosystem, sovereign order of Kailasa, Kailasa nation itself. I request and welcome, invite all of you to become e-Kailasian. Get your free e-passport and make billions receive this free e-passport.
सर्वतंत्र स्वरूपाय सर्वतत्व विदुराय ब्रह्मरुद्रावतारिणे नीलकंठाय पार्वती मनोहराय सोमसूर्याग्निलोचनाय भस्मोद्धूलित विग्रहाय महामणिमुकुटधारणाय माणिक्यभूषणाय सृष्टिस्थिति प्रलय काल रौद्रावताराय दक्षाध्वरध्वंसकाय महाकाल वेदनाय मूलाधारैकनिलयाय तत्त्वातीताय गंगाधराय सर्वदेवादिदेवाय चराश्रयाय वेदांतसाराय त्रिवर्गसाधनाय अनंतकोटि ब्रह्मांड नायकाय अनंतवासुकि तक्षक कारकोटक शंखकुलिक पद्म महापद्मेति अष्टमहानाग कुलभूषणाय प्रणवस्वरूपाय चिदाकाशाय आकाशदिक्स्वरूपाय ग्रहनक्षत्रमालिने सकलाय कलंकरहिताय सकललोकैककर्तृ सकललोकैकभर्तृ सकललोकैकसंहर्तृ सकललोकैकगुरवे सकललोकैकसाक्षिणे सकलनिगमगुह्याय सकलवेदान्तपारगाय सकललोकैवरप्रदाय सकललोकैकशङ्कराय शशाङ्कशेखराय शाश्वत निजावासाय निराभासाय निरामयाय निर्मलाय निर्मदाय निश्चिन्ताय निरहंकाराय निरंकुशाय निष्कलंकाय निर्गुणाय निष्कामाय निरुपप्लवाय निरुपद्रवाय निरवध्याय निरंतराय निष्कारणाय निरंतकाय निष्प्रपंचाय निस्संघाय निर्द्वन्द्वाय निराधाराय निराघाय निष्क्रोधाय निर्लोभाय निष्पापाय निर्भयाय निर्विकल्पाय निर्भेदाय निष्क्रियाय निश्चलाय निस्संशयाय निरुपम विभवाय नित्य शुद्ध बुद्ध परिपूर्ण सच्चिदानंदाद्वयाय परमशान्तस्वरूपाय तेजोरूपाय तेजोमयाय जय जय रुद्र महारौद्र भद्रावतार महाभैरव कालभैरव अल्पान्तभैरव कपालमालाधर कट्वांग खड्ग चर्म पाशांकुश धमरु शूल चाप बाण गदा शक्ति भिंडिफाल तोमर कुशल मुद्गर पाश परिग कुशुंडी शतग्नि चक्राद्यायुध भीषण कर सहस्रमुख दंष्ट्राकलाद वदन विकटाटहास विस्फारित ब्रह्मांड मंडल नागेंद्र कुंडल नागेंद्र हार नागेंद्र वलय नागेंद्र चर्मधर मृत्युंजय त्रयंबक विश्वरूप विरूपाक्ष विश्वेश्वर वृषभवाहन विश्वभूषण विश्वतोमुख सर्वतो रक्ष रक्ष मां ज्वल ज्वल महामृत्युमपमृत्युभयं नाशय नाशय घोर भयम् उत्सादय उत्सादय विषसर्प भयं समय समय घोरान् मारय मारय मम शत्रून् उच्चाटय उच्चाटय त्रिशूलेन विदारय विदारय कुटारेण भिण्डि भिण्डि खड्गेन छिण्डि छिण्डि खट्वांगेन विपोदय विपोदय मुसलेन निष्पेषय निष्पेषय बाणैः संताडय संताडय रक्षांसि भीषय भीषय भूतानि विद्रावय विद्रावय कूष्माण्ड मारीच वेताल ब्रह्म राक्षसगणान् संताटय संताटय माम् अभयं कुरु कुरु विप्रस्त्वं माम् आश्वासय आश्वासय नरकभयां माम् उद्धर उद्धर सञ्जीवय सञ्जीवय शत्रुभ्यां माम् आप्याय आप्याय दुःखातुरं माम् आनन्दय आनन्दय शिवकवचेन माम् आच्छाटय आच्छाटय मृत्युंजय त्रयंबक सदाशिव परमशिव नमस्ते नमस्ते.
Welcome all of you, the whole world, to come and celebrate, enjoy not only the enlightenment ecosystem, the beauty of how it is getting revived. Be an insider for this great revival process. If you are an insider even for a startup company, you will understand not only the result of the company, even that being an insider is such a joy. Being an insider, when it was happening, is something extraordinary. So, I welcome all of you to come and be part of an insider of this revival of KAILASA, the enlightenment ecosystem, sovereign order of KAILASA, KAILASA nation itself. I request and welcome, invite all of you to become e-Kailasian, get your free e-passport and make billions receive this free e-passport. Welcome all of you, the whole world, to come and celebrate, enjoy not only the enlightenment ecosystem, the beauty of how it is getting revived. Be an insider for this great revival process. If you are an insider even for a startup company, you will understand not only the result of the company, even that being an insider is such a joy. Being an insider, when it was happening, is something extraordinary. So, I welcome all of you to come and be part of an insider of this revival of KAILASA, the enlightenment ecosystem, sovereign order of Kailasa, Kailasa nation itself. I request and welcome, invite all of you to become e-Kailasian. Get your free e-passport. Make billions receive this free e-passport. I welcome all of you, the whole world, to come and celebrate, enjoy not only the enlightenment ecosystem, the beauty of how it is getting revived. Be an insider for this great revival process. If you are an insider even for a startup company, you will understand not only the result of the company, even that being an insider is such a joy. Being an insider, when it was happening, is something extraordinary. So, I welcome all of you to come and be part of an insider of this revival of Kailasa, the enlightenment ecosystem, sovereign order of Kailasa, Kailasa nation itself. I request and welcome, invite all of you to become e-Kailasian.
The next offering of the Uttama Seva at the feet of Dev Nithyananda Paramashivam, Sri Nithyananda Paramashiva, is the offering of the Dravida Vedam. Devadevottama Devata Sarvabhauma Akhilanta Koti Brahmanda Nayaka Sri Nithyananda Parashakti Sameta Sri Nithyananda Paramashiva Dravida Veda Priya Dravida Vedam Avataraya Shivatir Chittambalam Veyuru Toli Pangan Vidamunda Kandan Niganalla Vinay Tadavi Masaru Tingal Gangai Mudimela Nindayan Ulame Pugunda Adanai Nyayiru Tingal Savai Budan Vyalan Velli Sanipambirandin Mudane Masaru Nalla Avinalla Nallayan Adiyadavarku Migave Shiva Tiruchittambalam.
Welcome all of you, the whole world, to come and celebrate, enjoy not only the enlightenment ecosystem, the beauty of how it is getting revived. Be a nation. It may be mapped on planet Earth, but Kailasa itself is an enlightenment ecosystem. Thousands and thousands radiate light. Millions and millions manifesting power, living together all over the world, happily, blissfully, peacefully, powerfully.
Kailasa is the enlightenment ecosystem. It may be mapped on a temple, monastery, adhinam, a nation. It may be mapped on planet Earth, but Kailasa itself is an enlightenment ecosystem. Thousands and thousands radiate light. Millions and millions manifesting power, living together all over the world, happily, blissfully, peacefully, powerfully. Kailasa is the enlightenment ecosystem. It may be mapped on a temple, monastery, adhinam, a nation. It may be mapped on planet Earth, but Kailasa itself is an enlightenment ecosystem. Thousands and thousands radiate light. Millions and millions manifesting power, living together all over the world, happily, blissfully, peacefully, powerfully. Kailasa is the enlightenment ecosystem. It may be mapped on a temple, monastery, adhinam, a nation. It may be mapped on planet Earth, but Kailasa itself is an enlightenment ecosystem. Thousands and thousands radiate.
Whatever you think as your strength, like how much cash you have, how much gold you have, how much money you have in the bank, what all properties you have, your secret passwords, passcodes, your strength secrets, you will tell only to your son or your daughter to whom you are going to give your inheritance. Same way, most important powerful secrets Paramashiva has given to his son Muruga, Subramanya, in Agama called Sarvanyanottara. All the powerful secrets the father will tell only to his son. It is too secret. I am going to open that Agama and give all the essence of all those secrets. Secrets of Charyapada lifestyle, secrets of Kriyapada, secrets of Yogapada, and secrets of Jnanapada. I will make you all feel you are 16, not just physically, even mentally. You will all be romancing with the whole universe. No frustration, nothing, no corona, no depression, no bothering about economy, no sudu, no soranai, nothing. Next 16 days, no fantasy, only visualization.
no delusion, only consciousness. I welcome all of you, the whole world, to come and celebrate, enjoy not only the enlightenment ecosystem, the beauty of how it is getting revived. Be an insider for this great revival process. If you are an insider even for a startup company, you will understand not only the result of the company, even that being an insider is such a joy. Being an insider, when it was happening, is something.
Seva at the feet of Devi Nithyanandeshwari Parashakti Sameta, Shri Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva is the offering of the Nitya Seva. Deva Devottama Devata Sarvabhauma Akhilanda Koti Brahmanda Nayaka Shri Nithyanandeshwari Parashakti Sameta Shri Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva Nitya Priya Nityam Avadharaya.
I welcome all of you, the whole world, to come and celebrate, enjoy not only the enlightenment ecosystem, the beauty of how it is getting revived. Be an insider for this great revival process. If you are an insider even for a startup company, you will understand not only the result of the company, even that being an insider is such a joy. Being an insider, when it was happening, is something extraordinary. So, I welcome all of you to come and be part of an insider of this revival of KAILASA, the enlightenment ecosystem, sovereign order of KAILASA, KAILASA nation itself. I request and welcome
Seva at the feet of Devi Nithyanandeshwari Parashakti Sameta, Shri Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva is the offering of the Paramashiva Shakti Avishkarana. Deva Devottama Devata Sarvabhauma Akhilanda Koti Brahmanda Nayaka Shri Nithyanandeshwari Parashakti Sameta Shri Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva Paramashiva Shakti Avishkarana Priya Paramashiva Shakti Avishkarana Avadharaya. Nityanandam Paramasukhadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gagana Sadrisham Tattvamasyaadilaksham Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadi Sakshi Bhutam Bhavatitam Trigunarahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami. Nityanandam. My name is Manikya Brahmayogananda and I welcome all of you with my love and respects to today's Paramashiva Shakti Avishkarana. So, before we begin with the Paramashiva Shakti Avishkarana, I'd like to give a small introduction about the source of all, Paramashiva. Paramashiva is the primordial divinity in Hinduism. He is the source of all and he is the one who has even created power manifestation, which is Shakti Avishkarana. Shakti Avishkarana is connecting with the divine and having complete devotion and surrender to him, and just being a mere instrument for him to flow through anyone who is initiated into the 463 plus powers and manifest them. So what Paramashiva has initiated us all into in the form of His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam are Shaktis. Shaktis and Siddhis have big differences. Siddhis are manifested by people who are on the path to enlightenment, and Shaktis are manifested by the people who are already enlightened. But if an enlightened master initiates even an ordinary person into manifesting Shaktis, then even an ordinary person will be able to manifest the Shaktis of Paramashiva. That's why an enlightened master is very important in our life for anyone to manifest the Shaktis. Without an enlightened master, only Siddhis can be manifested. So, today we'll be manifesting the power of consciousness over matter, where Ma Kaladara will be rolling this coconut off my hand by just connecting with Paramashiva and becoming a mere instrument for him to flow through her and roll this coconut off. But understand one thing, the moment this coconut rolls off my hand, all my root patterns, everything will just break the moment the coconut rolls off. And not only mine, but all of yours will also break the moment the coconut rolls off. So, before we begin with the power, I would like to ask our power manifestation Balasim here. Would you like to introduce yourself?
Nithyananda, I am Manika Kaladrananda. I am 14 years old. I have been studying in Nithyananda Guru past years, and I have been manifesting the extraordinary powers of Paramashiva.
Yes, so with these beautiful words, let us enter into the Shastra Pramana with the power of consciousness over matter. Nadi Samhara Bhuta Jaya Bhuta Kaivalya Bhuta Pritaktavani Nadi Samhara Bhuta Jaya Bhuta Kaivalya Bhuta Pritaktavani Nadi Samhara Bhuta Jaya Bhuta Kaivalya Bhuta Pritaktavani. Yes. So with this Shastra Pramana, let us all sit with our head, neck and spine in a straight line and chant the Mahabhakya, which is the fast code, to connect to a higher frequency 3 times and start manifesting the power. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Wow. So you have seen, just by chanting the Mahabhakya 4 times, it's hardly a minute, Ma Kaladra has rolled this coconut off my hand by letting Paramashiva manifest to her. So with this, we would like to offer this at the divine lotus feet of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagatguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam. Thank you for joining us for today's Uttamottama Seva, and we welcome all of you to join us tomorrow at 6 o'clock IST. Thank you, Nithyananda.
KAILASA, the good God country. Hinduism has something great to offer. Hindu God, Paramashiva, is good. We love him, not just because he gives us what we want, but because he is good, and he has so much to offer to the world that makes the best nation. Hindu God has life positive, all-inclusive, good, spiritual, social, political, and moral principles. Hindu principles are guaranteed solutions for all the major problems of humanity: resettlement, violence and lawfare, impoverishment, inequality, environmental footprint, pandemic and bio-war, disputes, feminist movement, women's rights, child rights, minority rights, linguistic rights, human rights. Because Hinduism has the best to offer to the world, KAILASA, standing tall since 1994 for the grand narrative of Hinduism, is the good God's country. Founder of KAILASA, Paramashiva, and his 1008th incarnation, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagatguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, is the reviver of KAILASA, the enlightened civilization, the greatest Hindu nation. His Divine Holiness was birthed by his predecessors of enlightened masters, great rishis, munis, siddhas, who predicted and recognized His Divine Holiness, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, as an incarnation of Paramashiva, as per the science of incarnation described in Hinduism. From his first Chaturmasya at the age of 3 in the year 1980 until the age of 16 in the year 1994, the Supreme Pontiff was trained for the revival of KAILASA. He began reviving KAILASA from the age of 16 after the coronation on the 25th May 1994. KAILASA that we see today is 26 years of sincere hard work of the reviver and Hindu diaspora all over the world. KAILASA has a potential population of 2 billion Hindus worldwide, with over 100 million applications to its citizenship already applied. Hinduism has stood over 10,000 years as an enlightened civilization, has been a global beacon of spiritual and timeless wisdom, technology, culture.
He's wearing a grey jacket. His name is Boris.
The world's ancient civilization produced more than 40% of the world's GDP.
Purpose of life is to experience oneness with the ultimate reality, Paramashiva. Life exists on the planet Earth for last 40 billion years, and 5 times life faced complete extinction on the planet Earth. But somewhere one DNA, one cell, living organism is thrown out of planet Earth, preserved inside a volcano rock. After millions of years comes back to Earth due to gravity or whatever reason, gets into the ocean and starts the life again. Sanatana Hindu Dharma is the conscious science to give breakthrough to your DNA through natural selection process and to your consciousness through the conscious decision process. Sanatana Hindu Dharma is a sacred spiritual science. It is not bunch of do's and don'ts. No. Please understand, it is the revelations of sacred truths, cosmic truths, powerful cognition. It is still alive, that science is available, time-tested, foolproof. This science of living enlightenment is the complete solution for all the problems individual or society or modern day humanity is facing. Then you will understand all the problems of the modern day humanity. Sanatana Hindu Dharma is solution. Whether the terrorism or climate change, natural calamities or man-made calamities, for all the problems humanity is facing, the only solution is science of living enlightenment, revealed by Paramashiva from the Vedagamas in the modern day through this body. I am a Hindu revivalist, not by any revolution, but by evolution and setting model community. Understand? Kailasa is reviving the ancient Hindu enlightened civilization. Paramashiva manifested this Kailasa Mandala, the enlightenment ecosystem and the lifestyle. I am going to revive this whole enlightenment ecosystem, Kailasa, by creating a model Kailasas all over the world. I sincerely and revive this spiritual science, which is the core for enlightenment ecosystem, making you all manifest the state, space, powers, being, superconsciousness and Kailasa of Paramashiva, and making all of us manifest Paramashiva.
In a world ravaged by war, ecological destruction, hatred and division, Kailasa stands as a bold vision of human potential, coexistence, organic living, and alignment with nature. Over the past 50 years, the world has seen the creation of dozens of new countries, and so if anything, it would be odd not to see a new country formed in the 21st century. Without the protection of political legitimacy, there is an imminent danger that the great tenets, scriptures, and science of creating an enlightened civilization, which spanned 56 states, 200 kingdoms, 1700 samsthanas, and 10,000 sampradayas, will be forever lost to humanity. The Hindu diaspora are highly successful around the world. They formed the dispossessed diaspora who has been driven to other countries because they are unable to practice their religion authentically in their own country. They have flourished in countries where they have been allowed to settle with religious freedom. For example, in the United States, Hindus are the most educated and highest earning community, with 77% of them holding a bachelor's degree and 48% having an income of $100,000 or more. Although they are only 1% of the population, Hindus have launched 13.5% of the startups in the USA. They hold leadership, technical and creative positions in companies such as Microsoft, Google, Facebook, etc. This success has been repeated around the world, in the UK, Canada, Australia, etc. James Kirkup, in his 2015 Telegraph article says, British Indians are not just the most successful immigrant group in this country's recent history, but the most successful group of people, full stop. He continues, more extraordinary than the rise in numbers is how it has taken place so harmoniously and profitably for this country and those in it. British Indians, quite simply, are among the most industrious, accomplished and credible amongst us. The best of British, if you like.
It may be mapped on planet Earth, but Kailasa itself is an enlightenment ecosystem. Thousands and thousands radiate light. Millions and millions manifesting power, living together all over the world, happily, blissfully, peacefully, powerfully. Kailasa is the enlightenment ecosystem. It may be mapped on a temple, monastery, adinam, a nation. It may be mapped on planet Earth, but Kailasa itself is an enlightenment ecosystem. Thousands and thousands radiate light. Millions and millions manifesting power, living together all over the world, happily, blissfully, peacefully, powerfully.
Systematically delegitimize and exterminate. Lawfare, assassination attempts, character assassination of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagatguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam. Attempted assassination and assassinated Kailasians. Sexual assaults and rape of female monks of Kailasa. Objectification. Character assassination. State-funded child abuse and sexual abuse on the children of Kailasa.
Then I told I don't want to see a picture. Then I told I don't want to see a picture. Then they showed him a picture.
State-operated embezzlement of funds, properties and assets donated by the Hindu diaspora worldwide for the purpose of the revival of Kailasa. Since 1994, up to until now. Building a nation is not a project accomplished overnight or by virtue of hope. Kailasa is the manifestation of 26 years of sincere hard work, sacrifices, integrity of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagatguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, and the Hindu diaspora worldwide for the past 26 years for the enlightenment of humanity.
Kailasa is the enlightenment ecosystem. It may be mapped on a temple, monastery, adhinam, a nation. It may be mapped on planet Earth, but Kailasa itself is an enlightenment ecosystem. Thousands and thousands radiate light. Millions and millions manifesting power, living together all over the world, happily, blissfully, peacefully, powerfully. Kailasa is the enlightenment ecosystem. It may be mapped on a temple, monastery, adhinam, a nation. It may be mapped on planet Earth, but Kailasa itself is an enlightenment ecosystem. Thousands and thousands radiate light. Millions and millions manifesting power, living together all over the world, happily, blissfully, peacefully, powerfully. Kailasa is the enlightenment ecosystem. It may be mapped on a temple, monastery, adhinam, a nation. It may be mapped on planet Earth, but Kailasa itself is an enlightenment ecosystem. Thousands and thousands radiate enlightened. Millions and millions manifesting power, living together all over the world, happily, blissfully, peacefully, powerfully. Kailasa is the enlightenment ecosystem. It may be mapped on a temple, monastery, adinam, a nation. It may be mapped on planet Earth, but Kailasa itself is an enlightenment ecosystem.
Nithyanandam, and welcome to today's pre-satsang segment. And this is my Nithyanandam Paramasukadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gagana Sadrusham Tattvamasya Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvari Sakshi Bhutam Bhavaditam Trigunrahitam Satgurum Tam Namami. And a very warm welcome to today's pre-satsang segment. And good evening and good morning wherever you are, and thank you for joining us. And today in this pre-satsang segment, I'll share with you the next upcoming grand event, that is Venkateshwara Bhava Samadhi Darshan, just on 2 days away, on the 24th of January. So I'm sure that you have enjoyed this amazing gift of darshans that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagatguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, is sharing and blessing us with. The Kalabhairava darshan that happened just a couple of days ago, the amazing gifts from the divine. So on the 24th, we've got the Venkateshwara Bhava Samadhi Darshan at 8:30 p.m. IST and Of course, you can straight away sign up at events.kailasa.org, Venkateshwara. And a couple of more words about this amazing event. The Venkateshwara Bhava Samadhi Darshan, it is given to us, or we are blessed with, to attract wealth, abundance,
Kailasa is the enlightenment ecosystem. It may be mapped on a temple, monastery, adinam, a nation. It may be mapped on planet Earth, but Kailasa itself is an enlightenment ecosystem. Thousands and thousands radiate light. Millions and millions manifesting power, living together all over the world, happily, blissfully, peacefully, powerfully. Kailasa is the enlightenment ecosystem. It may be mapped on a temple, monastery, adinam, a nation. It may be mapped on planet Earth, but Kailasa itself is an enlightenment ecosystem. Thousands and thousands radiate light. Millions and millions manifesting power, living together all over the world, happily, blissfully, peacefully, powerfully. Kailasa is the enlightenment ecosystem. It may be mapped on a temple, monastery, adinam, a nation. It may be mapped on planet Earth, but Kailasa itself is an enlightenment ecosystem. Thousands and thousands radiate light. Millions and millions manifesting power, living together all over the world, happily, blissfully, peacefully, powerfully.
lifted out of space and time. And again, you can register at events.kailasa.org. And if you wonder what are the benefits of attending the Bhava Samadhi Darshan, Paramashiva states that he created himself as many to enjoy himself. As the present living incarnation of Paramashiva, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, has opened what was once an exclusive session, now made public to the world for the sole purpose of initiating all of humanity at once. in large numbers into the state, space, powers, being, and superconsciousness of Paramashiva through Hinduism's most powerful process, the Bhava Samadhi Darshan. During the Bhava Samadhi Darshan, as microcosm, Pindanda, we mirror the neurons of macrocosm, the Brahmanda, intensely. The inner potential energy Kundalini floods through the brain immensely. We know this to be the awakening of non-mechanical parts of the brain, or otherwise simply referred to as whole brain awakening, all simply through darshan. So once again, a very warm invitation, especially if you are new to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagatguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, who we fondly called Swamiji. We warmly invite you to this grand event.
I welcome all of you, the whole world, to come and celebrate, enjoy not only the enlightenment ecosystem, the beauty of how it is getting revived. Be an insider for this great revival process. If you are an insider even for a startup company, you will understand not only the result of the company, even that being an insider is such a joy. Being an insider, when it was happening, is something extraordinary. So, I welcome all of you to come and be part of an insider of this revival of Kailasa, the enlightenment ecosystem, sovereign order of Kailasa, Kailasa nation itself. I request and welcome, invite all of you to become e-Kailasian, get your free passport and make billions receive this free passport. But Kailasa itself is an enlightenment ecosystem. Thousands and thousands radiate light. Millions and millions manifesting power, living together all over the world, happily, blissfully, peacefully, powerfully. Kailasa is the enlightenment ecosystem. It may be mapped on a temple monastery, adinam, nation. It may be mapped on planet Earth, but Kailasa itself is an enlightenment ecosystem. Thousands and thousands radiate light. Millions and millions manifesting power, living together all over the world, happily, blissfully, peacefully, powerfully. Kailasa is the enlightenment ecosystem. It may be mapped on a temple, monastery, adinam, nation. It may be mapped on planet Earth, but Kailasa itself is an enlightenment ecosystem. Thousands and thousands radiate light. Millions and millions manifesting power, living together all over the world, happily, blissfully, peacefully, powerfully. Kailasa is the enlightenment ecosystem. It may be mapped on a temple, monastery, adinam, nation. It may be mapped on planet Earth, but Kailasa itself is an enlightenment ecosystem. Thousands and thousands radiate light. Millions and millions manifesting power, living together all over the world, happily, blissfully, peacefully, powerfully. Kailasa is the enlightenment ecosystem. It may be mapped on a temple, monastery, adinam, nation. It may be mapped on planet Earth, but Kailasa itself is an enlightenment ecosystem. Thousands and thousands radiate light. Millions and millions manifesting power, living together all over the world, happily, blissfully, peacefully, powerfully. Kailasa is the enlightenment ecosystem. It may be mapped on a temple, monastery, adinam, a nation. It may be mapped on planet Earth, but Kailasa itself is an enlightenment ecosystem. Thousands and thousands radiate light. Millions and millions manifesting power, living together all over the world, happily, blissfully, peacefully, powerfully. Kailasa is the enlightenment ecosystem. It may be mapped on a temple, monastery, adinam, a nation. It may be mapped on planet Earth, but Kailasa itself is an enlightenment ecosystem. Thousands and thousands radiate light. Millions and millions manifesting power, living together all over the world, happily, blissfully, peacefully, powerfully.
The news a few months back, I read somebody donated a diamond crown to Venkateshwara. 7 crore was the value of that diamond crown, and they offered it to Venkateshwara. 7 crore Indian rupees, right? They offered it to Bhagavan Venkateshwara. Why? Because he just floods your life with so much of abundance and richness and prosperity. And joining us today to share how she has experienced the wealth, abundance, and richness by offering to Venkateshwara, by offering sevas. We have Dr. Shanti from Bangalore, who's going to share her experience. Nithyananda Ma, thank you so much for joining us on the NTV live panel today.
Nithyanandam, thank you for my deep gratitude for blessing me with this opportunity to share all the best things that Lord Venkateshwara has showered on all of us. Thank you for this opportunity.
Yes, ma'am, please, most welcome, and thank you so much for joining us on the live panel today.
There is so much to share. I'm just thinking, it is always showering and so much of abundance feeling, that feeling which I never experienced before. After meeting Swamiji, and he has given that experience, the feeling of abundance at any point in time, when it is not even about giving, it is just that fulfillment he gives and the cognition he gives that anything, it is available. I don't have to bring my logic. I don't have to think. One of the latest and the most beautiful experience that happened just a few days ago, let me share that with all of us today. This Samvatsara Abhishekam that happened in Adi Kailas few days back for the Swayambhu Linga. I think just 2 days before that, there was a call from the temple team asking if the flowers can be offered. Can you organize for that? That was that is a blessing. Actually, it's not even a call. It's the greatest blessings. I relate with Achalamurti, all the deities with Swamiji's blessing. The feeling connection deepened in a very huge way. Every deity, without words, he has given that ability to relate with them. So any call, anything from the temple is a direct call from Swamiji. There is no second thought. So immediately, I was actually driving. I immediately said, yes, that's all I know. I don't know anything. After that, I saw the list. And of course, the thought came, will it be possible for me? I said, let me not. I just told my mind, don't bother. And so beautifully, things fell in place. I spoke to 3 vendors, and one of the vendors continuously, the feeling was, how blessed is this being even to receive this blessing? There was no question of giving. It was only a question of getting showered. That was the feeling that was having. I'm trying to put it in words. And then that person, whoever, the vendor who accepted to offer the seva, the list I shared with him, and I told, this is one of the best blessings that we have got. There are so many other people who can give, but it is he who chooses us. So we should always feel the gratitude, and also know for sure he will choose the flowers. And he's a very sincere person who has always given the flowers for all the sevas in this temple and also in Adi Kailasa. So I could trust him just without any second thought. He went and slept in the market area previous night itself. His commitment also touched me. When we say yes to Venkateshwara, our Swamiji, who carries the bio-memory, the muscle memory of Venkateshwara, Swamiji carries the muscle memory of Venkateshwara, thinks how it falls in place. Then the flowers were offered. I just coordinated, that's it. I only made few calls. But the previous night, the first Jama Puja, when it happened, it was live on NTV and all the social media platforms. I just saw on Facebook, and I sat like how I sit for the regular satsang and puja and pre-satsang segment. And I saw the kalashas. It's hundreds of kalashas with colorful, bright flowers. All the flowers came to life when I saw the pink color, the yellow color. They all are alive. And so many kalashas sitting in Adi Kailasa, and the deities are adorning the flowers. The feeling that I've accepted made me so much melt. I don't even know. I just sat and I saw the flowers. My eyes started pouring. I was thinking, what is this? For no reason, eyes are pouring. Then I realized the being is feeling so much fulfilled. And divine has accepted. See, so social conditioning has always been there. It's a different dimension. Swamiji is removing us from the depth of that social conditioning, or any small, or the small inner image that we carry, or any cognition we have. But when the divine accepts, the soul melts. It is, my eyes were continuing, and next day morning, again, the second Jama Puja, Abhishekam, I saw the lotus kept on the Swayambhu Linga. That's all. So much excitement, joy, and infinite gratitude. Bhagavan, you accepted this. What more I want in this life? And immediately I called the vendor. I said, Ayya, you're so fortunate. We have got that blessing through you. You are also blessed, and I am also blessed. So much, I could only see flowers in the whole mandap. All the deities are Ganesha, Subramanya, Swamiji Murti, and Kapila Muni, Swayambhu Linga, all of them. And even when the Archana was done, I could only feel the abundance and the gratitude and how the divine accepts. It was too much even to grasp. My being was melting with gratitude and fulfillment. This cannot be termed or equated for any money. Money doesn't even happen here. The question of, I did not even see what is the bank balance. I just said yes, and rest, everything was taken care. And within 48 hours, 100 times more got filled into my account. It could be whatever way it came, but it is 100 times more, which I never expected. So here, I again want to reiterate one saying in Karnataka classical music by Purandaradasa, one of the great saints, who gave up everything and became a follower of Purandaradasa. He sings, Hariya Karuna Dolada Bhagyava, Hari Samarpane Madi Badukiro, means the grace and the blessing that happened because of the divine. Offer it and enjoy and celebrate. Exactly that was the feeling I had when the whole thing happened. It's the gratitude and the fulfillment. We may have crores of rupees. It doesn't matter. But even if we accept 1/10 or 1 iota of that, only that makes sense to us. Whatever wealth we may have or we may not have doesn't matter. But it is his karuna his karunya with which he accepts and blesses the soul. It is the soul fulfillment. It is not even the outer world fulfillment. Only it has to be experienced more than words. It's a feeling that fills the soul forever. Even thinking of that, my throat chokes with gratitude. What punya we have done, that he is showering all of us with this kind of fulfillment by accepting. It is acceptance of the divine which brings fulfillment rather than the offering. We can never offer anything to Bhagavan. It's his grace that he accepts and blesses us. This is the main feeling which I had when I saw the flower on the Swayambhu Linga I wanted to share with all of us today. Thank you for this opportunity.
Beautiful, Ma. Such a beautiful sharing. See, there are things that what we call as money cannot buy. That feeling connection with the divine, the karuna, the kripa kataksha, the benevolent grace of the divine, just knowing, like what how beautifully Dr. Shanti shared, knowing that the divine has accepted my offering cannot be equated to anything. Just the feeling that, wow, I got this opportunity to offer. And always we say that how much you are able to give, that much only you have. You may have billions in your account, but if you're able to give 10 rupees, only that much you really have. Because only that you feel like sharing. Means that much only is what we really feel as ours. The rest of it may be there because for our security purpose, future purpose, whatever it is. But that is not for you. What you are able to share, that much only really belongs to us. And especially when you connect with the divine, and out of that bhakti bhavana, out of that feeling connection and the devotion to the divine, when you offer, that inner space of richness is what Swamiji calls as awakening of the wealth consciousness. Right? Always, whenever Swamiji does a program on wealth, abundance and prosperity, Swamiji always talks about awakening that wealth consciousness in us. So what Dr. Shanti experienced by making this offering of the flower during the Abhishekam and the recent ritual was that awakening of that wealth consciousness, that inner space of richness, abundance, prosperity. Wow. The ultimate divine, Nithyanandeshwara, has accepted my flower offering, has accepted my offering. I got this bhagya to make this offering. I got this punya. I got this excellent opportunity to make this offering. And Nithyananda Paramashiva, Swamiji accepted my offering. That is awakening of the wealth consciousness. And this uniqueness happens when you make that offering out of gratitude and devotion to the divine. Yes, Dr. Shanti, would you like to share anything else?
Next day, actually, I was driving for an emergency call to the hospital. Suddenly, from nowhere, this feeling happened that during Sarvadarshans, when Swamiji was here in Adi Kailas, all Bangalore devotees, most of us, and even from Tamil Nadu, a lot of devotees are really, really blessed to have and enjoy and celebrate his physical presence. Somehow for this being, he has always blessed me to offer flowers. I don't want to question anything. I only feel gratitude for that fulfillment he has showered on. And it always feels abundance, abundance, abundance. I don't even make an effort. He has supplied those flowers to me. I feel he chooses the flowers, the color, the fragrance, the variety. I won't tell, I will tell the vendor, tomorrow I'm going to Adinam, get the flowers. I won't tell quantity, quality, nothing. He will just fill the place. That much I know. And the whole night I enjoy sorting it out, packing it. It is a very, very dear and very close to my heart, which only Bhagavan knows. Even I don't know. I was driving to the hospital. Suddenly he showed this space where he just accepted, not just as Sachalamurti, even as Achalamurti. So there is no missing. And beyond words, he felt that showing this space, I have accepted the flowers. For me, there was no two at that moment. Swamiji sitting and Swayambhu Linga and all the deities sitting just are one. And I might have forgotten that experience, but I don't say I've forgotten, it was not there. He just merged the two and gave a different feeling. That short distance was like for me an eternal path. It was not even 5 minutes drive. But I felt it is an infinite path that I'm traversing with that feeling filled in my inner space. I think that feeling is enough for me in this birth. I don't need anything more. That he has accepted. Wherever he is, however I am, in whichever space, his acceptance is enough. Nothing else is required for this soul. That's all I felt, and it is true. The remembrance is enough. I feel I'm liberated.
So beautifully shared, Ma. I have been there innumerable times watching Dr. Shanti come with such beautiful flower garlands, and it's not the color of the flowers or the quantity of the flowers or the type of the mala, but it's the devotion with which that's being offered. That is what Swamiji accepts, and I can literally relate when she says she felt like Swamiji was there. There was no missing. How in Swamiji's experience, when Arunagiri Yogeshwara was sitting on the Swayambhu Linga, and Swamiji just rushes to the Swayambhu Linga and calling Swami, because Arunagiri Yogeshwara did not come when Swamiji called him from outside the cave, and Swamiji has been terribly missing Arunagiri Yogeshwara, and he goes to the Garva Mandir, and on top of the Swayambhu Linga there, the Arunachaleshwara, he sees Arunagiri Yogeshwara sitting, and Swamiji just rushes, calling Swami, and his hand touches the hand, and that experience of unclenching, that experience, because there was never two, the very experience of Arunagiri Yogeshwara merged in him, and Swamiji says, I am in him and he is in me. That experience of oneness. So when Dr. Shanti is sharing her Sakshi Pramana, I'm able to immediately relate that experience of oneness that Swamiji experienced, and how Swamiji has blessed her with that same oneness experience when she offered the flower garlands and the flowers to the deity. She had that same oneness experience. Swamiji blessed her with that same oneness experience. There is no Achala Murti, there is no Sachala Murti. There is no need to miss me. I am there as Achala Murti and I am there as Sachala Murti. So beautiful, Dr. Shanti. Thank you so much for coming and sharing. I'm not sure if you were able to relate with what I said, but what you shared and that experience that Swamiji had in the Garbha Pramana, which Swamiji has blessed you with. And I can so totally relate when you shared that. Thank you so much for this extremely melting sharing and heart-touching sharing from you. Always I feel whenever you share, so much of devotion awakens in me. Just that listening to you from that pure space of devotion. Thank you so much for coming and sharing, Dr. Shanti.
Thank you. Gratitude.
And I also wanted to share that, behind Dr. Shanti is what you see as the temple that we have in Banashankari, which is in Dr. Shanti's house, and the ground floor of the house is actually maintained as a temple. And Swamiji has said that this temple is actually one of the most well-maintained temples. Here you see Nithyanandeshwara, Nithyanandeshwari, and Swamiji's deity. And Swamiji said that this temple actually, Swamiji has declared Dr. Shanti's house as not a temple but as a Sarvanya Pita. So if you actually see in the list of Sarvanya Pitas, you will see Dr. Shanti's house as one of the Sarvanya Pitas in Kailasa Pedia. And here we have the temple, the beautiful deities, and Swamiji's Atmamurti, such beautifully maintained. And wow. And you see the Guru Padakas, the Padaka Pitam. And this is the Bengaluru Sarvanya Pita in Banashankari in Bangalore. And if you are in Bangalore, you can literally feel Swamiji's presence in the Banashankari Sarvanya Pita that we have. Thank you so much, Dr. Shanti. Ma, can you just move the camera a little bit up so we can see Swamiji's face and Atmamurti? Oh, wow. We have the Kalabhairava Kshetra also there. Wow. Swamiji's deity as Kalabhairava is also there, and here you can see the Atmamurti and the beautiful deities. Wow, so beautiful. Thank you so much, Dr. Shanti, for giving us this darshan of Banashankari Sarvanya Pita. And Swamiji always says, the deities in Banashankari Sarvanya Pita are so well maintained, and the deities are so happy, showering the whole of Bangalore with the grace and blessings of Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva, Nithyanandeshwari Parashakti, and our beloved Swamiji. What a beautiful ending to your sharing, Dr. Shanti. Thank you so much for coming live and awakening and rekindling that space of devotion and oneness in each and every one of us. Thank you so much. Yes. So with that, we will now be moving on to our next segment of today's introduction to Nithyananda Satsang. In the next segment, we are going to share with you about, Dr. Shanti shared about the offering to the divine, how the offering to the divine kindles that space of devotion and bhakti in us. And for those of you who are wondering, what is that space of devotion? How do I kindle and awaken that space of devotion in me? That feeling connection with the Guru, feeling connection with Swamiji, feeling connection with the deities, feeling connection with Hinduism itself. We have a wonderful opportunity called Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham is a 16-day program which has been happening since the 20th of March, non-stop. We are almost going to hit a year. We are in the 20th season of Paramashivoham. 20 seasons are going without a break, a non-stop program happening 16 hours a day. And the program is being conducted by almost 16 acharyas for the female side and about 5 to 6 acharyas on the male side, continuously being available, conducting this program without a break. The one program leads to the next program. And so today we have a participant from the Paramashivoham program who's here to share her experience. Nithyananda Nandini, if you can unmute yourself and introduce yourself. What's your name? Where are you from? And what do you do?
Nithyananda, my name is Nandini. I'm a student and I'm 20 years old.
Okay, so we have a very young student, Nandini from UK. And can you share a little bit about how did you know about Swamiji? How did you get introduced to Swamiji?
I found out about Swamiji through a friend. I actually didn't even know that he existed. I was kind of told that, okay, we're going to a meditation session. I was like, okay, let's go. And then I was like, okay, who's this guy? And then I realized, okay, yeah, this is my guru. And yeah, and then I thought I'd start these Paramashivoham sessions because it was locked down here when it started. So I was like, okay, yeah, this is like a great way to just tackle my pandemic fatigue and get out of that space.
Wonderful. And when you first saw Swamiji, what was your first reaction?
I was just like, who's this guy? I don't know who he is.
When did you start connecting to Swamiji, and when did you start connecting to Swamiji, and how did you first feel that click?
I started first connecting to Swamiji. I think I came across him on YouTube after the sessions, and then I just started binge watching his videos and just going through all of them. And I was like, okay, like everything that he's saying, I can relate to. It's like he knows exactly what's going on in my inner space. And then I was like, okay, yeah, like he knows what's going on. He's giving me like the right cognitions to get out of this space and be in the space that I want to be. So yeah, that's how it was.
And what made you decide to attend the Paramashivoham program?
So I heard that we were going to do a lot of power manifesting, and yeah, so I thought I'd join and expand on that. Yeah. So you got excited when you heard about you can manifest some of the cool, extraordinary powers. Right? So yeah, got you interested in the program. And what experiences you had? What changes that you experienced when you went through the program? So before the program started, I used to suffer from anxiety, panic attacks. I was even in depression for quite a while. And so when I started to participate in the program and listen and learn and catch on to all the powerful cognitions, it just took me out of that space, and I manifested confidence, acceptance, living in the present, health, healing, and powers of Paramashiva. For example, something really cool that happened was when I was power manifesting mind over matter, and I gave my Ganesha milk through a spoon, and I could see that it was being sucked up through his cute trunk, and it was so amazing. Like, it was such a great feeling of oneness, and just it was amazing, and I felt really powerful, like just that acceptance from like that divine energy, like Dr. Shanti said. Wow, beautiful. So the power of consciousness over matter, you were able to manifest by feeding
milk to Ganesha, and your Ganesha actually drank the milk you gave and gave you that beautiful feeling of oneness with it.
Yeah. And
wonderful. Yes, go ahead.
I was just going to say that I was able to roll oranges and coconuts off my hands in any direction as well, like back and forth, left, right. I was able to do that too.
Wonderful. And how did you feel when you were manifesting powers? How did you feel, and what was your experience when you first started manifesting powers, and you very, very effortlessly the powers were manifesting through you? How did you feel when that happened?
I thought it was something really cool, and I felt really powerful and amazing, and I just felt like I just felt something was awakened inside of me that made me feel just different, like out of that powerless space into that powerful space. Yeah.
Wonderful, Ma. Wonderful. And before Paramashivoham and after Paramashivoham, what changes do you see in yourself?
So I used to suffer from a lot of health issues, like hay fever, colds, endometriosis. Like that was something that I really used to suffer from. And then after that, after doing the power manifesting and experiencing those breakthroughs and quantum leaps in my immune system, I just saw like my whole body just changed completely. Like I will never get hay fever. Everything's fine now. And also I used to suffer with, like I said, I used to suffer with anxiety and decision fatigue and stuff like that. And then after this, I just started to trust my intuition more, because I was suffering with decision fatigue with a career. I was so confused about whether I should get a degree or go the non-traditional working straight away. Then just after getting all these powerful cognitions from Swamiji and through the program, I realized that what I was doing in uni was not for me, but what I'm doing now is for me. And I got out of that decision fatigue completely. It's like Swamiji says, right, when you follow your dharma, right, it's what you're doing that makes you happy, not what you're doing that makes others happy. So yeah, that's basically what happened.
Beautiful, Ma. Finally, you found a way to make yourself happy and you're enjoying your life.
Yeah.
And if you do not know about Swamiji, who do not know about Paramashivoham, who do not know about the power, how would you describe this program to them?
I would say that if you feel like you're stuck in one place, you feel like, okay, I'm depressed, I have anxiety, I can't manifest what I can't get done almost what I want to do, then I'd say just go for it and just experience that change in you. Yeah. It's a transformational experience. There's nothing less than that.
Absolutely, Ma. Absolutely. I can't agree more with you in terms of just being able to love yourself, being able to enjoying your life, being able to live life with excitement. And as you said, very, very, very important point. We constantly seek for love from outside because we feel so much of self-hatred, self-denial within ourselves, and we don't know how to deal with ourselves. And we start looking for love from outside. What this program makes you do is this program makes you love yourself. That's the first step to life. Start loving yourself, and it is possible. And the way, the solution, the pathway to loving yourself is Paramashivoham. Yes, Nandini, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I totally agree with everything that you said. Like, everything that you need is internal, not external. And that's what you need to come to terms with. And that's what this program helps you come into terms with. Sorry.
And it's not really about, not looking for love from outside. It's absolutely fine if you're looking for love from outside. But unless you love yourself, the relationships that you seek outside will be more leading you to hatred and conflicts and abusals and exploitations unless you love yourself. So start with first loving yourself. Learn how to love yourself. Learn how to move from self-doubt and hatred and denial to really loving yourself, feeling so inspired. And let your love, external love, be a way for you to express your love, not a way to seek love. Right? Let all the relationships that you have in your life be a way for you to express. You are so much exuding with love and joy and abundance that you want to share it with people. Only then the relationships can be strengthening, can be contributing. Otherwise, you will feel relationships are restricting, limiting you, sometimes abusing you, exploiting you, restricting you. You will not find expansion in relationships unless and until you start loving yourself and you're in completion with yourself. And the pathway to that is Paramashivoham. So whether you want to break through in your health, wealth, career, relationships, or even in your spiritual path, whenever you're looking for a breakthrough, take 16 days. It is a 16-day, 16-hour program. Take the 16 days. The next program is starting on the day of Thaipusam, which is on the 28th of January. The next program is starting. A very auspicious day. We are having the special Bhava Samadhi Darshan of Bhagavan Subramanya on this very auspicious occasion of Thaipusam, which is the Paurnami day that is coming up. So the next program is going to start on the Thaipusam day, the 28th of January. And you can go ahead and register yourself now. The link to register is projected on the screen. It is kailasa.org/Paramashivoham. And these 16 days can get you your life back. You can continue to be in a rat race and keep running and saying, oh, I don't have time 16 days, I don't have 16 hours, I can't take 16 days off, and continue to run without knowing that you're running in the opposite direction. However fast you run, it's going to take you away from your goal, because we are all running in the opposite direction. Unless you have a guru, the GPS, what Swamiji calls as a guru positioning system. The GPS guides you in the right direction in your inner world and in your outer world. So join Paramashivoham, get guided by the GPS, the guru positioning system, and move towards in the right direction in life. Otherwise, how much ever fast you run, you are only moving away from your goal, because you are running in the wrong direction. So realign yourself, join Paramashivoham. You can register yourself. The link is being projected on the screen. kailasa.org/Paramashivoham. The next program is starting on the 28th of January. And it starts from Purnima and till Amavasya. And it starts on the most auspicious day of Thaipusam. So you will be starting your day with the blessings of Bhagavan Subramanya and entering into the journey of Paramashivoham. Thank you so much, Nandini, for coming and sharing. We have a youth self-hatred and denial and self-doubt to a space of powerfulness, to a space of inspiration, to a space of feeling so excited and joyful about life, and most importantly, loving herself. What a way to start a career. Nandini, I'm so happy that at such a young age, you got connected to Swamiji and you shifted your inner space to that of abundance, prosperity, joy, and completion. May Swamiji's blessings always be with you and guide you further and further in your life. Thank you so much for taking your time and coming and sharing today.
Thank you, Ma. Thank you for the opportunity.
Yes. So with that, dear viewers, we are moving on to the next segment of today's pre-satsang segment as we get ready for today's Nithyananda Satsang. The next segment that we have today is a very important topic. We are now entering into a Vakyartha Sadas. And the topic for today's Vakyartha Sadas is Kailasa, the Hindu Vatican. How important is Kailasa for not just for Hindus, but for humanity? What is the purpose of the revival of Kailasa by the 1008th incarnation of Paramashiva, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagatguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam. And joining me in this panel today, we have Ma Nithyananda from Bangalore and Ma Chitrabhanu from Tamil Nadu. And today we are going to be discussing about Kailasa, the Hindu Vatican. And before we get started, for those of you who are not yet e-citizens or e-passport holders of Kailasa, it is the only Hindu nation on the planet Earth today, the civilizational and territorial nation of Kailasa, revived by none other than the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, our beloved Swamiji. If you have not yet joined, watch this promo to learn the benefits of becoming a part of Kailasa.
KAILASA ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself in your own home, wherever you are. Proper customized spiritual service helping you to complete with your life negativity, withdrawal from life, self-hatred, self-denial, self-doubt, so much of tiredness, laziness. We can support you, aligning your diet, your attitude, your aptitude, your understanding about life. We can help you with everything. KAILASA is proper customized spiritual service helping you to identify your root patterns of suffering. We have perfected the science of helping every individual from every cultural, religious, nationality background. You will have lowest reactionary assumptions, highest awakened response, alive response for life continuously. KAILASA is proper customized spiritual service helping you to identify your root patterns of suffering.
Nithyanandam, and welcome back, dear viewers. And for those of you who are watching us live, and if you have not yet signed up to be an e-passport holder of Kailasa or an e-citizen, do go to join.kailasa.org and sign up for a free e-passport. And we will be sending you an e-passport immediately. So ensure that you have an e-passport number, because whether it is for Bhava Samadhi Darshans or special events of Kailasa, it is only the e-citizens and e-passport holders will be having access to it. So please ensure you do have your login into our Kailasa's learning management system. So with that, we're going to enter into a very, very, very interesting topic today, Kailasa, the Hindu Vatican. As all of you may be aware, 56 Hindu nations was the last record that we have, is from Mahabharata, who participated in the Mahabharata war. 56 Hindu nations participated. 180 million people participated in the Mahabharata war. 110 million on the side of Kauravas and 70 million on the side of Pandavas. And 56 Hindu nations participated. One by one, we were invaded, brutally killed, massacred, starved to death, beaten to death, raped to death, killed to death. And we were invaded, massacred, colonialized, made to feel ashamed about ourselves, and we converted, and all these happened. We're standing with only one Hindu nation today, Kailasa. There is only one Hindu nation in the world today, Kailasa, which has a territory, and it is a revival of the enlightened civilization, Kailasa. And today's Vakyata Sadas is going to be a debate on the need for Kailasa, the need for a Hindu Vatican. For many, many years, Hinduism suffered without an Israel for Hinduism or without a Vatican for Hinduism. And Paramashiva had to come down to planet Earth as Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam to revive what he had established eons ago, Kailasa, the civilizational nation and territorial nation, the only Hindu nation on the planet Earth today, Kailasa. And it is time we as Hindus and we as humanity realize the importance and the need to protect Kailasa, need to revive the enlightened civilizational nation, Kailasa. So today joining me on this panel, we have Ma Nithyananda and Ma Nitya Chitrabhanu. And first, I would like to invite Ma Nithyananda to share her views on why Kailasa, the Hindu Vatican. Ma, can you unmute yourself?
Thank you for giving me this opportunity to be back on this Vakyat Sadas. Before we come to talking about a Hindu nation like Kailasa, there are two other places. One is, we are referring to Kailasa as something like a Hindu Vatican. Now, let us quickly go back and look at two such nations which are specifically relating to a certain kind of minority groups. First, let us look at Israel. Now, Israel was established on 14th May 1948, and it came into existence specifically as a protectorate for the Jews who faced thousands of years of persecution, quite like the Hindus have. And actually, if you see the history, the reason for Israel being there is so much like why there is a need for Kailasa, for the reasons that the Hindus were persecuted, and that is because that's the primary reason that we are the most successful, have been and are the most successful entity in the world, and that is exactly what happened to the Jews. Now, the movement for a separate Israel, separate Jew state or a Jew nation, it started with a movement called the Zionist movement. It was more a demand from the Russian Jews. Finally, it came into existence post World War II, where we all know very well documented the genocide that was carried out against this one group, where on record more than 6 million Jews were killed. And Israel has made it a point to shout it out to the world and log it in great detail what that genocide cost them. So the primary reason was, and I have some idea about this, is I was married to a Jewish person, and I asked him, why is it you all became a target? Because you were not targeted just from 1939 to 1945. It has been there always. So why was it? And he said this was the reason. We were the most successful business group in all of Europe, and we were always a target. And some of the people would try to escape it by converting into Christianity and things like that. So the Jewish state of Israel came into existence to be a protectorate for the Jews, where they could practice their religion and their faith and just have complete freedom for everything they wanted to do. And today we know Israel, although it's such a small country, technologically, economically, virtually one of the most prosperous countries in the world. It's not that their problems have ended. They constantly have issues with their neighbors because the Palestinians have gone and laying claim on a small strip of land, which is known as the Gaza Strip, saying that what is today called Israel was our land, which is Palestine. So it's not that they are resting peacefully because of that. However, they do have a place which they call as a home, where any Jew from anywhere across the globe can go, and they are automatically made the citizens of that place. So that is as far as Israel is concerned. Now, interestingly, the Vatican, yeah.
Sorry to interrupt. I just wanted to, all our viewers who are watching this, and if you have, you may be a Jew, or you may be a Roman Catholic, and you are watching this live on Nithyananda TV and Kailasa TV, and if you want to give your opinions, you can feel free. Please come to our Facebook live stream on HDH Nithyananda Paramashivam page. It is now called the SPH Nithyananda Paramashivam page on Facebook. I request the NTV operator if you can please project the page and go to the live stream feed on the page. And under the live stream feed, we request you to post your opinions, your comments on the debate that we are having, Kailasa, the Hindu Vatican. And we would like to invite every one of you watching us to be a part of this debate, to be a part of this discussion. We may be a few panelists who are coming live and talking on the TV today, but we want each and every one of you to feel this is a Vakyartha Sadas amongst all of us. Thank you. So we have the team projecting the SPH Nithyananda Paramashivam page on the TV, on the live video right now. And if that we are talking. So just scroll down the page and you will see the live stream. And under this live stream, just click comment. Yes, you can see the live stream there. And just click comment and enter your comments there. Okay, so I can see Shilpa Singh, we have Gonzalez, all of them, Devika, Rani, and Anbu again, all of them, you can see they're posting their comments. So we invite each of you to come live and post your comments on this very interesting topic, Kailasa, the Hindu Vatican, the need for a Hindu Vatican today, and how, like the way Israel is established for the Jews and Vatican is established for the Roman Catholics, how today we need Kailasa for Sanatana Hindu Dharma, for the revival of the enlightened civilization Kailasa. So we invite each and every one of you, as we are talking live, as we are sharing our thoughts and opinions on this topic, we invite each and every one of you to be a part of this debate. That is what makes the Vakyartha Sadas more alive, is the participation amongst our viewers. So I sincerely invite each and every one of you to come and share your thoughts in the chat, whether you want to share about Israel, or whether you want to share about Vatican, or you want to share about Kailasa, whatever it is, please do come and give your opinions and thoughts under the live feed. Yes, Mananditama, please go ahead.
Now, as far as the Vatican is concerned, the initial structure of the basilica was built around the 4th century CE, and it was virtually built over the tombs of one of the Christians who was a direct disciple of Jesus Christ, and that is Saint Peter's. So the Saint Peter's Basilica was constructed. And it was because a lot of Christians were persecuted, especially during the high pontiff, the rule of the Roman Empire. Now, when the Roman Empire collapsed, what came into existence was the Holy Roman Empire, and which again, the Holy Roman Empire kind of came to an end during the 16th century with the signing of the Treaty of Westphalia and the formation of nation states. Now, during that time, what happened is many of the states which fell under the control of the what is known as papacy, or under the Pope, they went on to form, parts of them became part of what became as a Italian nation. So by this time, there was a walled area that came to be known as, which the Pope laid claim on, and the Pope resided in that particular place. But during around the 15th century, there was a lot of shake-up in the church, because there was a lot of corruption that had seeped into the church. And so you had the splitting of the single church, which is known as the Roman Catholic Church, to you have what came to be known as the Protestant movement. So one of the things we must understand is the Vatican is only represents one part. It's a protectorate for only one entity of Christians, which is the Roman Catholics. There are a whole lot of Protestants, and those are mushrooming even today. I think in different forms, a large number of them, heavily funded, their money, then they're born in the, I would think in the US. So formally the Vatican state came into existence in 1929, as late as that. And it's the smallest sovereign state in the whole world, and has, I think, hardly 560 odd citizens, many of whom are archbishops and bishops and a few nuns, and the Swiss Guard, who are basically the people who to guard the Pope. And the Pope resides in the Vatican state, and he has complete sovereignty over that place. It's a very small area of hardly 160 acres, but it has its own passport. It has you have to have a visa to go there. It has its own currency. All that, the whole works. Now, one of the things that happened was there was the first Council of the Vatican, which took place. But there was a second one, much to the surprise of literally the whole Roman Catholic community, which happened in about 1959, and then it went on till about 1965. Now, the purpose of that particular council was to look at certain kind of reforms within the church, and a lot of people participated in it. There were bishops and nuns, and even onlookers, people from the common people were called in to participate in it. Now, this is as far as the Vatican state is concerned, and like I said, it is only a protectorate for one entity. And I would think a major part of Christians today, whom we call as Christians, do not fall under the Roman Catholic frame. They do not fall under it. Having said that, and in fact, I don't think the other, the split, that is, Protestants have anything like a Vatican City. I don't think they have. It's only the Roman Catholics who have it. Now, my hesitation in using a word like Vatican is there is so much of negativity that surrounds it. Even today, for many of the horrors that have happened while within its purview, and no apologies or no kind of pardon or anything like that has been done. And a lot of bishops and archbishops and a lot of the clergy people are getting away with crimes which continue to be there. So I have a hesitation in using the word like Hindu Vatican because of this reason. And if I would much rather just call it as KAILASA, because it is so much more beautiful, and it is so much more large. If you ask me, it is so much more all-encompassing. The word KAILASA.
Just to kind of clarify that point, right? The whole point of why we are talking about a nation for Christians and a country state for Israel and Jews is that they have, for whatever, whether large or small, they have protected and they have political sovereignty over some piece of land, which has made them protect that particular lineage, right? Whether it is for the Roman Catholics, they have Vatican and they have Pope as the sovereign of Vatican state. And this Vatican state is a recognized member state of the United Nations today. So is Israel. It is a recognized member state of the United Nations. We Hindus do not have one country which is a recognized member state of the UN. We had 60 million square kilometers. So the point here in terms of bringing the parallel to Vatican and Israel is the fact that they are civilizational nations, which they do have a territory today, but they originally existed too as a protection of that ancient Jewish civilization or the Roman Catholic civilization. They represent a civilization, right? They don't represent a specific, while they also have a territory, their identity is, when you talk about Vatican, immediately you think of the identity of Catholicism. When we think about Israel, immediately we connect that to the Jewish civilization and the Jewish heritage and their history. So these nations represent that rich history and that rich culture which they represent, and they have protected, and they have been successful to a large extent in keeping that tradition alive. And today we until the revival of Kailasa by the Supreme Pontiff, we did not have a nation like that. And it is important that we understand how whatever Vatican has done towards the protection of the Catholic lineage and whatever Israel has done towards the protection, we Hindus failed to do. We did not stand up to create a Hindu nation. Whether it is India or whether it is in other countries, whether it is Sri Lanka, whether it is in Nepal, whether it is any other country. Here we are not talking about any one specific country. We had 56 nations which span from Afghanistan to Pakistan to Cambodia to Nepal to, to India, to Sri Lanka, all these, Singapore, Malaysia, all these were Hindu nations at one point. Today, we have failed to maintain the political legitimacy even in 1 square inch of land. We have failed. And successfully, the Catholics have done that. Successfully, the Jews have done that. And today, with the descent of the avatar, with the advent of the avatar, Swamiji has revived Kailasa. It is a golden era for Hindus. A golden era for Hindus. Nobody has even fathomed what Swamiji is doing. Nobody has even visualized. Of course, we had the great enlightened beings like Aurobindo and Maharishi Mahesh Yogi and all these people visualized. And they worked towards it, which has come into a fruition in the form of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism today. It is a time, we Hindus all over the world, it is a time for us to celebrate. It is a time for us to join hands and celebrate, for after thousands of years, we have the authentic revival of the great, grand, enlightened civilization, Kailasa. And at this moment, I really want to give an introduction of Kailasa to all our viewers today. I request the Vision team to project the slides. I have a few slides to introduce what really is Kailasa. To all the viewers who are joining us on the NTV Live, Facebook Live, YouTube Live, you may have been following Swamiji for many years, or you are just new, just tuning in to Facebook Live and YouTube Live. We want to give an introduction to what really is Kailasa, the greatest Hindu nation, as revived by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagatguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam. The Vision team, if you can kindly project the slides, please. Kailasa, the greatest Hindu nation. What really is Kailasa? A peek into Kailasa's history, an advanced and ancient civilization that modern day science is still trying to comprehend. Hindus, we produced 40% of world's GDP at some point. Kailasa, the Hindu nations were one of the most economically rich, prosperous countries. We contributed to 40% of the world's GDP. Here you can see 2,000 years of economic history in one chart. And as you can see, that's marked in green, the 20 to 60%, that 40% of the world's GDP actually came from the Vedagamic civilization. That was how economically rich we were. The predecessors of Kailasa, we had 56 Hindu nations, 200 kingdoms, 1,700 provinces, 1,700 provinces, and 10,000 Hindu traditions, all of which Kailasa is reviving. It has the world's first and the oldest written constitution as the constitution of Kailasa, which is the Manu Dharma Shastra. And if you see in the timeline, the Manu Dharma Shastra was even before the San Marino Constitution or the US Constitution. The world's first and the oldest written constitution is the constitution of the greatest and the only Hindu nation, Kailasa. Many of us don't even know many of the facts that we are presenting, so we request everyone's listening, and please do share your comments under the Facebook Live feed. Some of the contributions to the world by Hinduism, just to name a few: the oldest language, the first democracy, the number 0, the Pythagoras theorem, the theory of antimatter, nuclear technology, the theory of God particle, approximation of pi, and most importantly, the Enlightenment ecosystem, the Enlightenment civilization, contributions of Sanatana Hindu Dharma to the world. So it is not just only Hindus who benefited from Kailasa. Humanity benefits from the Enlightenment ecosystem of Sanatana Hindu Dharma. Now, you may ask, when we had 56 Hindu nations and 200 Hindu kingdoms and 60 million square miles of territory, what happened to us? We were persecuted. An untold Hindu persecution of 5,000 years. And sometime back, you heard one of our panelists, Manandita, shared about how 6 million Jews were persecuted, and they are so well documented. You know what is the most unfortunate thing about Hindu persecution? Well, we were persecuted. Millions, 500 million Hindus have died. 9 times the Jewish Holocaust is the number of Hindus that have been killed, raped, and massacred. But you know what is even more unfortunate than the persecution and the massacre and the genocide and the Holocaust itself? We were never allowed to share or document the persecution. A story which we were never allowed to tell. We did not even have the freedom. Today, if you go to Washington, D.C., we have a beautiful Jewish Holocaust where we are able to tell the world the atrocity that was meted out to the Jews. Is there one Hindu Holocaust museum in the whole world? 500 million Hindus were killed, massacred, raped. $45 trillion have been looted just during the colonial rule of Sanatana Hindu Dharma. $45 trillion. From one of the richest economy, we became a third world poor country. We were never allowed to tell about the Hindu Holocaust or the Hindu persecution to the world, even till today. So it is not just 5,000 years of persecution, 5,000 years of persecution and suppression where we were not allowed to tell the truth to the world. 412 million Hindus were massacred, 3.7 million Hindus forced or blackmailed to convert, 95 million Hindus tortured under political crimes, over 9 million books burnt in Nalanda. The world's longest and the cruelest persecution, the persecution and the Holocaust of Hindus. Induced famine, mass killings, destruction of temples, rape and sex slavery, and destruction of knowledge, just to name a few. So the revival of the Enlightenment ecosystem in the form of Kailasa today. Swamiji says, I am not a revolutionist, I am a revivalist. Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagatguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, is reviving the lost tradition, the lost civilizational nation, the lost enlightenment ecosystem of Kailasa. Swamiji was recognized, initiated, and groomed for the revival of Kailasa. He was recognized as the 1008th incarnation of Paramashiva as per Hinduism, recognized by his predecessors who are enlightened masters, superconscious mutants, and adepts in this science. He was initiated and groomed into the revival of Kailasa at the age of 3 till the age of 16. His Divine Holiness began the mission of reviving Kailasa, the enlightenment ecosystem, the only Hindu nation, from the age of 16. Swamiji is the inheritor of 19 ancient sovereign kingdoms of Hinduism. So Swamiji was recognized, initiated, and groomed for the revival of Kailasa. Today, Kailasa exists in the form of 16,771 centers of Kailasa around the world, in the form of 19 royal kingdoms, 22 Hindu universities, Sarvagnapitas, 57 Adinams, temple monastery complexes, 120 temples, and 34 satsang temples, 418 Paduka mandirs, 2,175 satsang centers, 1,898 Anandaspurana program centers, 186 extended campuses of NHU, 2,175 Paramashiva Gana, Paramashiva Sena Shakas, 1,898 youth centers, 25 e-Kailasas, 5,334 healing centers, 242 Nithyananda Gurukuls, 22 food banks, Nithyananda Annamandirs, 12 animal shelters, Nithyananda Goshalas, and 22 libraries, Nithyananda Jnanayas. Kailasa's supreme aim is to serve the religious and the spiritual needs of 2 billion Hindus and the whole of humanity. The largest Hindu organization in the world, representing the oldest epics body of Hinduism and uniting the multitude of sects of Hinduism across the world. Swamiji is just 44. He just entered 44 years of age. And look at what the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has done at such an young age. Uniting, reviving, representing the oldest epics body of Hinduism, and uniting the multitude of diverse lineages and sects of Hinduism around the world. The Sovereign Order of Kailasa is the oldest governing body for Hinduism, or the Enlightenment ecosystem. It is the largest organized Hindu body since time immemorial, originating from Paramashiva, the Hindu cosmic principle himself. The global adherents of Kailasa spread around more than 100 countries from one of the most successful communities in the world as Kailasians, because they practice the living sciences of living enlightenment as revived by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Here you see, Hindus are the happiest among the religious communities of United Kingdom, according to a data set of the Office of National Statistics at the UK's National Statistical Institute. And here you see Hindus are actually one of the richest ethnic communities, the most richest, prosperous, successful ethnic communities wherever we go, whether it is in the US, Canada, UK, because we live the science of living enlightenment. We practice, live. It's an inherent part of our lifestyle. Kailasa's financial institutions exist in the form of Hindu import-exports, IMPEX, microfinance, Hindu holdings entities, the Reserve Bank of Kailasa, and the Hindu World Trade Center. E-Kailasa, reaching out to more than 1 billion citizens and counting towards the achieving the Kailasa's mission of catering to religious and spiritual needs of Kailasians. And 2 billion Hindu diaspora worldwide, Kailasa is proud of enriching and enriching over 1 billion lives digitally till date. Kailasa is successful in its efforts of catering to the holistic wellness, educational, food and nutritional need of e-Kailasians and the Hindu diaspora worldwide through its de facto spiritual embassies. A research from the Tallinn University of Technology says, when problems arise is when an e-state needs to provide non-native services. Unlike a territorial state, which exists in some physical realm with its citizens, an e-state has an extra challenge of having to manifest physical citizen services from the digital cloud. Examples could include healthcare, education, and providing physical identification documents. This is exactly what a successful e-state of Kailasa has offered to the world. Yes, I see many of our Facebook viewers watching us live and sharing your comments and support for e-Kailasa. Thank you so much. And we have Devika Rani from Malaysia. She's saying, blessed to be here, listening to the powerful cognitions in cleansing the self. Kailasa is doing so much good for us. contributing towards positivity and the well-being of humanity. Thank you so much, Devikama, for your support to Kailasa. It is us, the Hindus, it is important that we come together and become a part of the revival of the great grand civilization. So I do invite all our viewers to please leave in your comments. We have Fatima Agora Shivashakti sharing about how Kailasa has reached more than billions enriched by Kailasa. So do come and do leave your comments under the Facebook Live so we know that you are watching us and you are supporting this great grand mission. It brings so much joy in seeing the support of not just Hindus worldwide. If you see the people who have been giving proclamations to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, government officials, ambassadors, heads of states, ministers, businessmen from every walk of life, people, the proclamations are pouring into the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. People are just shocked, positively, pleasantly shocked and surprised, looking at how in just 44 years, what Swamiji has accomplished so far. They are not even able to cognize, what to expect going forward. That much contribution Swamiji has done in just 44 years. Everybody who has given the proclamation is just awed, looking at the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and the efforts that Swamiji has done in spite of 10 years of relentless persecution. Where with Swamiji having to literally quarantine himself from the assassinators, from staying away, not being in the physical presence of his own, in his own monastery with his own disciples, staying alone, having to physically himself. If Swamiji, it just baffles diplomats and ambassadors and government officials, and in spite of it, the continued services Kailasa has done to the world over the last 2 years. In spite of all the persecution and attack, is what baffles, and that is what has inspired leaders and influencers, opinion makers around the world, whether it is from Canada or UK or Australia or New Zealand, everywhere, whether it is from indigenous groups or whether it is from Hindus, Hindu leaders or the priests, or whether it is the government officials, whether it is ambassadors, diplomats, everyone is offering their support to Kailasa. Yes, let's continue. I have a few more points that I would like to share about Kailasa. And Kailasa's one of the biggest contribution is in terms of spiritual tourism. And I'm sure many of us have been a part of Kailasa's spiritual tourism offerings, where in 2017, a breakthrough master program was conducted, a life transformational programs with students from over 80 countries, groundbreaking holistic approach, massive participating in that event, providing a world-class experience equipped with modern comforts, fresh and exquisite organic food provided round the clock, live cultural and indigenous performances, elaborate educational road trips, live translators available in 25 languages to accommodate international needs. And we have Deborah Chance, who's coming and sharing, saying, what an honor and privilege to be a part of the formation of the greatest Hindu nation, Kailasa. I can't agree more with you, Ms. Deborah Chance. Absolutely. It is like, you probably, some of us were a part of, a startup company, right? And it's always exciting to be a part while the company is being formed. And it's so much you get to learn. But here we are a part of the formation, or rather revival of a nation, which happens, I don't know, once in a few thousand years. And it is happening when we are there with the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. So, yes, we can go on to the next slide. The international students, the students and teachers from over 50 countries, including US, Canada, UK, France, Russia, Brazil, Mexico, Trinidad, South Africa, Israel, Guadeloupe, China, UAE, from various religious, educational, and cultural backgrounds come together, and a life transformational program to experience a breakthrough in superconsciousness. Groundbreaking yoga programs are conducted. The vision of Kailasa, Sri Kailasa Uniting Nations for Yoga, is a global non-profit movement with a vision to preserve and revive the ancient science of authentic yoga to its fullest glory, as revealed by Paramashiva in the ancient Vedic scriptures. The physical, mental, spiritual well-being of humanity, raising the awareness, consciousness, and oneness experience, ultimately leading to living enlightenment for the betterment of individual society and the planet. Youth empowerment through authentic traditional yoga offerings and programs. You can see the traditional pole yoga being revived by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Reviving the enlightened civilization, reviving the enlightened ecosystem, reviving the indigenous arts, the traditional music, street theatre, and Indian classical dances. You can see the pictures of ancient rituals, the Aushadha processes, the large-scale procurement of Ayurvedic medicinal herbs organized by the volunteer force for the benefit of thousands of its delegates. People from literally all continents, all parts of the world come together. Large-scale productions. Here you actually see an aerial view of the world's Guinness World Record, the world's largest human Om symbol. And just a quick overview of the Kailasa's services to the world: Hindu diplomacy through foreign aid. So we have uniting nations with over 108 humanitarian charitable activities. Uniting nations with over 108 humanitarian charitable initiatives, spearheaded by the Sovereign Religious Order of Kailasa, a strong diplomatic network through 73 orders of the Sovereign Order of Kailasa, and a national, international governments and organizations relationship for the past 26 years, administered humanitarian projects aligned with the world's needs. The next. Sri Kailasa's Uniting Nations, 26 years of achievement, just a very high level overview in terms of global peace, eradicating poverty, religious tolerance, holistic healthcare, democracy and uncorrupt elections, recovery of drug abuse, nutritious food, and hunger-free world democracy. We have education and children, eradicating literacy, quantum intelligence, and child welfare, signs of enlightened birthing and pregnancy, ancient heritage. In the field of equality, women empowerment, protection of monks, recovery of sexual abuse victims, indigenous aboriginal nations, gender equality, feminine empowerment. In the field of food and environment, the food bank, animal protection, ethical environmentalism, organic and sustainable agriculture, vegetarianism and climate change, animal rights and deforestation, ancient sciences, sustainable development. Free education offered in 150 countries. Nithyananda Hindu University is the world's largest Hindu university, 487 extended campuses in 150 countries. Free education offered to 20 million children and youth, more than 7,000 courses offered. Kailasa, with a vision of no hungry home, has initiated multiple services, including annadans, organic agriculture. We have offered 1 billion free meals and continuing to serve to the world. Kailasa offers free food in 197 countries around the world. 5 out of 10 people don't have access to basic medical amenities. 3.5 billion people don't have access to safe medical care. Kailasa has availed free medical services for millions of people. Free medical camps with high-quality medicines and professional doctors. 108 kriyas, yogic techniques offered for free for cure and care of various disorders and diseases. In pregnancy, a program launched to help women in having safe, painless pregnancy and enlightened child. Spiritual healing services offered in 1008 plus Kailasas across the globe. 1,000 plus scriptural references mapped for the yogic techniques such as asana, dharana, kriya, pranayama, and more. 2 Guinness World Record, the largest rope yoga, the Kundalini Raju and pole yoga, Shivastamba classes. 6,000 plus hours of courses on yoga, detoxification, and health have been conducted. The revival of the most ancient sciences of Hinduism. Kailasa's Sacred Heart University has produced more than 4,000 Hindu deities, which are now consecrated and worshipped in across 600 locations around the globe. 3,270 deities made of stone, 400 made of Panchaloka, the 5 metal, 100 made of marble, 15 traditional wooden chariots, 1,000 plus Hindu vessels, puja items used for the enlightenment ecosystem. The world's largest Hindu library. 1 million palm leaf scriptures collected, preserved, made available to the world for free. Kailasa's Nithyananda Hindu Library has developed the world's first exclusive Hindu library management system based on ancient Vedic scriptures classification tree. World's largest Hindu digital library with 1 million plus digitized palm leaf scriptures. World's largest collection of Kashmiri Shaivism scriptures. In a world ravaged by war, violence, ecological destruction, hatred, disease, poverty, disillusioned youth, and depression, Kailasa stands as a bold vision of human potential for peaceful coexistence, organic living in alignment with nature, echoing the ideal of the ancient Hindu civilization. It is with this bold vision for humanity, Swamiji is reviving the civilizational nation, Kailasa, the revival of the Enlightenment civilization. And with this, I would like to come back to our panelists, Ma Nandita and Ma Chitrabhanu. Swamiji has done and is doing so much towards the revival of the Enlightenment civilization. What is it that you would like to share in the importance of us Hindus coming together and being a part of this great grand revival?
Thank you for having me on the panel again. Chitrabhanu, as usual, she goes to all her friends and say, what do you think about Kailash? What do you think about Hindu nation? And she was literally shocked. So everybody has heard of Swamiji. They've seen him on TV. They've seen all the, prosecution, everything. But what most of them were literally ignorant about was that they said, but
I think, Chitrabhanu, you're having internet connectivity issues.
India.
Okay, your voice is breaking up a little bit, Chitrabhanu, if you can maybe check on that. In the meanwhile, Nithyananda, if you can share in terms of, the services that Swamiji has been doing through Kailasa and how much he has done to revive the Enlightenment ecosystem and how important it is for Hindus to realize and not waste our time in silly infights and internal, fights and subsects and all that. It is time we Hindus come together in reviving the Enlightenment ecosystem, Kailasa. So what would you like to share about it? You're muted, Ma. Nandita, Ma, you're muted.
See, one of the disadvantages we have in India, which I wouldn't say percolates out into the world, is that the amount of media that bashing that is still continuing, and as a result of which the phenomenal, it's absolutely phenomenal and humongous what Swamiji has done and is continuing to do. It is not reaching the people. People are still continuing to follow in very huge numbers, who I call as a hitchhiking gurus. So that is one aspect. The other aspect is that, see, with Hindus in India, they have not had a completion with their past. Now, unless and until that happens, a completion with their past, a recognition of what has happened to them, as also an recognition of the heritage that Hindus carry, they are unable to see the future. In fact, you will find them very stuck and very getting just dragged to in any which ways kind of a direction, whatever looks attractive to them, and at this point in time. And naturally for them, whatever looks very attractive is whatever they see in a very superficial kind of a way from the West. So unless and until that completion happens, and when I say that completion, I simply mean an acknowledgement. Now, if we may say, okay, we don't know, 1,000 years of what persecution has happened, we don't know. What has happened to the Britishers, we don't know. And but one of the latest things to happen, even that there is a negation or the denial that's happening. And here I'm talking of the Kashmiri Pandit. 1990, more than 31 years have passed. 31 years would have passed, and the Kashmiri Pandits have neither got justice, nor is it talked about. One film came, and it was made by a Kashmiri Pandit, and he just glossed over the whole thing, and he was only interested maybe in the money. So unless and until we acknowledge these kind of things, we will be unable to acknowledge or even see what Swamiji has done. I mean, what you have presented now, it is simply mind-boggling. I can understand the diplomats and the ambassadors and all the people who have been sending proclamation letters. It must be so stunning. And for a person who has been hounded for more than 10 years, who has had to quarantine himself from all of us, his devotees, and everything that he created, yet he has been able to achieve this. Sure, only by establishing what you would call as an e-nation and doing all this from a remote place somewhere almost alone. So it is really mind-boggling. But how do we get there? I mean, this is something that always comes in my mind. We're still looking at the government should do something, the government should do something, and it is not happening. But if at all there is a silver lining, if you ask me in all this, it is not, we need to get to there as far as, where people need to see Swamiji's work. But at least there is a growing band of young intellectuals in the age range of, I would say, about 30 to about 40, 45, who are very seriously re-looking at our history and rewriting it. And they have used the time of the pandemic to open this out to many number of people. And as a result, an increasing number of children and youth are becoming acquainted with what is happening. It has not entered into our school book, into the academy, but a general amongst the youth and amongst the people. The other challenges, has been me that came to Swamiji. I never ever knew that he knew. It was we never looked at it that way. We looked at this one whole lot of Hindu gods. We went to that. That is it. But every one of us have it to become enlightened was never known. It will take time for people to get us. Hindu have, and how it has been systematically destroyed. And yes, we can wake up, and the opportunities are there before they step into and looking at what Swamiji has done. So this is something I want to say as far as Kailasa is concerned.
Absolutely, ma'am. What you said was very, very valid. And we are actually getting support from all corners of the world. People are realizing, recognizing, even amongst the Hindus, various subsects of Hindus and priests and different associations are realizing the importance of us coming together and making sure that the Hindu voices are heard, and we come together towards a global cause. The support that we have been receiving from around the world has been very, very, very promising, and it is very soothing to actually realize that all Hindus are realizing that it is important that we unite. We unite under an umbrella of Kailasa for the benefit of all of us. Instead of saying, oh, this subsect is different and this subsect is different and you worship this god and we worship that god. I think Hindus have gone past that. And they are realizing the need, how our silly infights have actually led to our destruction. And it is important that we come together as Hindus under the umbrella of Kailasa. And many people around the globe from different subsects are recognizing that, yes, we need to unite together under Kailasa, under the Hindu nation, so that our collective interests are protected. Hinduism is protected towards the world. And we have one of our Facebook viewer who is saying that Subramaniam Tyagaraja Ayya from Canada is saying, we are lucky to have an independent Hindu nation. And he's saying at this time, at present, we hear every day thousands of temples are broken down in daytime openly. The chief minister of this state has closed his eyes, did not do anything. This is happening in Telangana. We are not against any specific government or any specific country, but in the interest towards the protection of the interests of Hindus and the revival of the Hindu civilization, that is why we need Kailasa, at least one place where the Hindu interests are protected and we do have the political legitimacy, and the Hindu Gurus have the constitutional protection. It is because Swamiji started reviving Hinduism and bringing awareness to what is happening to Hindu temples and the Hindu institutions in India. He was attacked. He was illegally imprisoned. He was attacked, and more than 100 assassination attempts on Swamiji. And what happened? Swamiji had to isolate himself. So it is important that we first work towards the political legitimacy, having a constitutional protection, having a piece of land for ourselves, which is sovereign, where we have complete political legitimacy. And standing on that ground, we will be able to protect and revive Sanatana Hindu Dharma. Without that, how much ever effort any guru or any organization puts, it is only leading as a backlash on us, and that organization is being attacked and persecuted, and many Hindu leaders today are facing their lifetime in imprisonment just because they raised their voices towards the revival of this great grand civilization. So it is important that we have the constitutional protection, the political legitimacy, and we are protected. And from this safe ground, we can work towards the revival. That is the most important. Otherwise, we can have many, many gurus, many organizations doing this, raising their voices. But at the end of the day, what's going to happen? A few months down the lane, some random scandal is going to happen on them, and they are going to be put under bars and illegal persecution and lawfare. And we know it. We have faced it. We know it end to end in a way where we can write a documentary and a book on how Hindu gurus are being persecuted in the world today. So yes, Aya, what you are bringing is a very, very important point. And it is important. That is why Kailasa is important. Yes, Machitra Bodama, you wanted to share something? Let's see if we are able to hear you clearly this time.
I hope you can hear me this time now.
Yes, we are able to hear you well.
That when I did, I asked a lot of people that I knew, generally, do you know that a lot of them were shocked that India, Bharat is not a Hindu nation. That cognition has not yet seeped into the Hindus at large in India itself. They're not aware. They say, why do you need Kailasa? But isn't India a Hindu nation? And when you actually explain, they're a little bit in shock. So, this whole game is like a boxing match, you don't win, when you're beaten down. And we've been beaten left, right, and center all over the thing. It's only when you refuse to get up are you actually defeated. So luckily for us, we have the avatar with us, and all of us have been educated. At least I've been educated that this is not a Hindu nation, and you can't firewalk in Karnataka, and you can't, and all these things are brought in so covertly. We're not even aware of it. Nobody knew that you cannot do firewalking. No, but we can do the firewalking. I said, yeah, this is Tamil Nadu. It's it's still. It's not against the law over here, but try doing it in Karnataka, and it's not against the law. So everything is brought in very subtly, so subtly that we're not even aware this is happening to us. This is the biggest problem that we're facing. Everything is done very, very subtly, very planned and very cunning. So we have to wake up to this thing, and somehow we are very, very fortunate, of course, and blessed to be with the avatar. We have to get the entire youth completely aware of it. And if you look in Twitter and a lot of Facebook, YouTube videos and all, there are groups waking up and making a comment, but they're not yet sure about how to go about the whole thing. So that is what we really need to do, that unity for everybody to come and have a common goal, so that Hinduism, with beautiful, such a wonderful, peaceful, civilized people, live peacefully all over the world. Not just we have to run to Kailasa to protect ourselves. It is unfortunate, but I think we should somehow make it happen for the entire world, because it's such a peace-loving religion, such a peace-loving civilization. Thank you.
Yes, Manandita, go ahead.
Yeah, see, one of the things that has, that has fueled anti-Hindu sentiments in India, aside from the political parties, driving their own agendas, it has been the entertainment industry. So in the last few days, one has actually seen a lot of shift. Lately there has been a film by the name of Tandav, which has got the ire of the UP Chief Minister, and he has, put FIRs, and this is now lot of Hindu ministers getting up and saying, how can you be doing this kind of abuse? So, that actually some of these narratives is running aground. They are literally being brought to a halt with the continuous hounding of the latest films that is happening. And you see these rumblings not just in the so-called Hindi film industry, which now from Bollywood, they now call it Bollywood, because that is exactly what has been the narrative. It has been bullying people. It has been bullying the youth with very false narratives and very abusive language, very, seeped in violence and, all kinds of, terrible things which has been put into the minds of people. So you have an awakening happening on that side too, because now there is some kind of an alertness that is coming up in the entertainment industry, that maybe our game is up, we can't be doing this anymore. On the other hand, there are some conscious filmmakers. Say, for example, there's a person by the name of Vivek Agnihotri, who I think he comes from Kashmir and settled down somewhere in the north. But he has made a film, and it is probably going to be an authentic film called The Kashmir Files, which is going to be actually reflecting, or a first time look at the genocide of the Kashmiris that have taken place. So there is awakening that is happening in different parts of the country in its own way. On the other hand, there is also a lot of archaeological evidences which is pushing back what has been known as the history of this country. And it is pushing back the dates of, whether it is Vedic civilization or whatever they want to call it. It is now coming more into the forward that whatever narrative has been built and imposed on us from various quarters, whether by historians, leftist historians, call them anything, all of them are falling apart. So there are those things are also which are playing a part in the awakening of the youth. And yes, I think we as followers of Swamiji's and devotees of Swamiji also need to do a lot of, we need to actually verbally talk talk a lot about what Swamiji is doing and make it more and more known amongst the people.
Absolutely, absolutely, ma'am. Such a it is important that we come together, raise our voices, so the people are aware. Even Hindus, like what Machadrabana had shared, and we Hindus are brainwashed to believe, to think that everything is going well and everything is fine with Hinduism, not knowing our next generation will not even know the names of the Hindu gods or our tradition or culture. That is the way we are heading to, but we are not even aware of that. So more and more such panels and discussions and awareness had to be brought, so that this is kept alive. And that is exactly what Swamiji is doing with Kailasa. And we are now going to play a short video for those of you who are just tuning in, just to be a part of Kailasa. How can we become a part of Kailasa? How can you become an e-citizen of Kailasa? Let us watch the short promo.
KAILASA is enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself in your own home, wherever you are. Proper customized spiritual service helping you to complete with your life negativity, withdrawal from life, self-hatred, self-denial, self-doubt, so much of tiredness, laziness. We can support you, aligning your diet, your attitude, your aptitude, your understanding about life. We can help you with everything. KAILASA is proper customized spiritual service helping you to identify your root patterns of suffering. We have perfected the science of helping every individual from every cultural, religious, nationality background. You will have lowest reactionary assumptions, highest awakened response, alive response for life continuously. KAILASA is proper customized spiritual service helping you to identify your root patterns of suffering. We have perfected the science of helping every individual from every cultural, religious, nationality background. You will have lowest reactionary assumptions, highest awakened response, alive response for life continuously. KAILASA is proper customized spiritual service helping you to identify your root patterns of suffering. We have perfected the science of helping every individual from every cultural, religious, nationality background. You will have lowest reactionary assumptions, highest awakened response, alive response for life continuously. KAILASA is proper customized spiritual service
I welcome all of you, the whole world, to come and celebrate, enjoy not only the enlightenment ecosystem, the beauty of how it is getting revived. Be an insider for this great revival process. If you are an insider even for a startup company, you will understand not only the result of the company, even that being an insider is such a joy. Being an insider, when it was happening, is something extraordinary. So, I welcome all of you to come and be part of an insider of this revival of KAILASA, the enlightenment ecosystem, sovereign order of KAILASA, KAILASA nation itself. I request and welcome, invite all of you to become KAILASian. Get your free passport and make billions receive this free passport.
Whatever you think as your strength, like how much cash you have, how much gold you have, how much money you have in the bank, what all properties you have, your secret passwords, passcodes, your strength secrets, you will tell only to your son or your daughter to whom you are going to give your inheritance. Same way, most important powerful secrets Paramashiva has given to his son Muruga, Subramanya, in Agama called Sarvanyanottaragamam. All the powerful secrets the father will tell only to his son. It is too secret. I am going to open that Agama and give all the essence of all those secrets. Secrets of Staryapada lifestyle, secrets of Kriyapada, secrets of Yogapada, and secrets of Jnanapada. I will make you all feel you are 16, not just physically, even mentally. You will all be romancing with the whole universe. No frustration, nothing, no corona, no depression, no bothering about economy, no sudu, no soranai, nothing. Next 16 days, no fantasy, only visualization. No delusion, only consciousness. I welcome all of you, the whole world, to come and celebrate, enjoy not only the enlightenment ecosystem, the beauty of how it is getting revived. Be an insider for this great revival process. If you are an insider even for a startup company, you will understand not only the result of the company, even that being an insider is such a joy. Being an insider when it was happening is something extraordinary. So, I welcome all of you to come and be part of an insider of this revival of Kailasa, the enlightenment ecosystem, sovereign order of Kailasa, Kailasa nation itself. I request and welcome, invite all of you to become e-Kailasian. Get your free e-passport and make billions receive this free e-passport. I welcome all of you, the whole world, to come and celebrate, enjoy not only the enlightenment ecosystem, the beauty of how it is getting revived. Be an insider for this great revival process. If you are an insider even for a startup company, you will understand not only the result of the company, even that being an insider is such a joy. Being an insider when it was happening is something extraordinary. So, e-Kailasa is proper customized spiritual service helping you to identify your root patterns of suffering. We have perfected the science of helping every individual from every cultural, religious, nationality background.
Welcome back, dear viewers. And we were discussing just before we played this video, we were discussing about the need and the importance for we Hindus to come together under Kailasa and this beautiful revival of the enlightenment ecosystem by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, and the need for us Hindus all over the world, all over the globe, to come together to be a part of Kailasa, to protect and revive the ancient enlightenment ecosystem. And Machitrabhanu, would you like to add the need and the importance of why we need to revive Kailasa now?
Yes, Swami, the Chitrabhanu was, I talk a lot to I have a whole lot of grandnieces and nephews, and also I talk to them. So I asked them, do you know what enlightenment is all about? And our history books are, written in such a fashion, at least the history I learned also, all I knew about enlightenment was Buddha. He sat under a tree for 12 years till, his nails grew underground and his hair grew into the ground, and then he got enlightened. So, what is enlightenment? Something totally unattainable for anybody. None of us know that our civilization was a completely enlightened civilization till we got, eliminated, the gurus were eliminated, the enlightened ecosystem was eliminated, and they have hidden all of this history totally, so that now even if the word enlightenment, nobody knows what does it mean. They have no clue. And you say remote vision, they'll say, really, we've seen something on TV, but what is it? Everything seems very far-fetched. It has been done so in such a fashion. Now the history itself is forgotten totally. My brother used to tell me that my grandfather, that was my mom's dad's brother, people used to go to him and say, the cows are missing. And he used to actually be able to tell them in which field it is. And sometimes he'll tell them, oh, you can't, that cow has been eaten by the tiger. So no point in looking for it. Or he'll tell them where it is. And I was just thinking, but that was remote vision. I mean, that's what the Gurukul kids are doing right now. But this is literally like maybe 50, 60, 70 years. And, the whole system is forgotten. It's over. So it's not that Hinduism was not enlightened and people did not have these things, but right now the current youth completely are unaware and they think it is totally out of reach. So when I heard Nandita talking, earlier about how sweetly she could move the coconuts, the orange left, right, and center and things like that, it is people like her who have to carry this forward to the youth and say, hey, this is not just about sitting under a tree for 12 years. This is something that you and me can do, and you can manifest our reality and live so beautifully. Come on, guys, wake up. We have to wake up now. And, this is joy. This is celebration. We are a celebrating group. We are not, somebody who's going to sit under a tree and forget about life. We are there, and we don't have to do anything. Just an initiation. That's it. Just an initiation. Sit in your bedroom, get initiated, and go forth, This message has to, be tom-tommed, is being tom-tommed. I'm glad about that. And we have to really do that a lot more. So everybody realizes enlightenment is not out of reach for anybody. It is there and it is here and it is now. Thank you, Ma.
Absolutely, Ma. And by reviving Kailasas all over the world, by offering the Paramashivoham program and reviving Kailasas all over the world, this signs of enlightenment is brought to a place near you. It's brought to every corner of the world, and not just in terms of physical enlightenment ecosystems, e-Kailasas, e-services, e-enlightenment ecosystems Swamiji has revived. So wherever you are, you have a group, all you have to do is log into Zoom, and you have a team of people doing yoga, and you have a group of people who are watching satsang and doing Vakyata Sadas and reading the living enlightenment books, just sitting in your house. Swamiji says, he actually said in 2018, he said, just be alive for the next 3 years. I will reach out to you. I will make you enlightened. And exactly now you can see that. All you have to do is just click a button and Swamiji is there, and, Venkateshwara comes to your house and Kalabhairava comes to your house and enlightenment is delivered to your computer. That is how easy Swamiji has made the enlightenment and reviving these enlightenment ecosystems around the world. Now, I just want to play a very interesting video of how we have revived the enlightenment ecosystem in Australia. Let's watch this video.
Here is the Australia Kailasa. How can I be so lucky and have a happy life in Kailasa? It's a long story. My name is Li Qi. My guru is His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam. Since I was very little, I already wonder what life for. I really want to know the result, the reason. A long time ago, I think if I earn enough money, I will be a very happy person, and then life is for happy. I tried to earn money, and then I'm really rich, but money didn't give me happy. Then I tried to get the happy life in romantic love. Then the really romantic love take me go lots of places. Too many stories during this time. But I still don't feel I get the result, get the life reason. Then I start study from book, from video, from religion in many, many different ways. And when I study Buddha, that time I really appreciate Buddha gives so much intelligence to me about life. But I don't think study is enough for me. I want to be Buddha. But I don't know how. Who can let me get there? One day I found the video in YouTube, introduced Swamiji in that video. I suddenly, my eyes open wide. I get it. He must be my guru. I can get there. He can let me get what I want to know. And he can take me home, real home. This kind of feeling, then I start study from Nithyananda Sangha. One day, Swamiji Satsang said he need people devote land, home, money to build up Kailasa. Then I discussed with my husband, decide to give the whole farm to Nithyananda. That time, because both of us believe help Swamiji means help whole world. It's a big decision, but we just discussed so short time already. Done, decide. I really appreciate my husband love me so much and believe me, trust Swamiji so much. Soon here will be big temple, Gurukul, Goshena, and library. Introduce this my story to you, just me. Don't give up any chance to be founding father of Kailasa. It's the best thing you can do in your life.
A beautiful video of how just with one person's decision, a beautiful enlightenment ecosystem is now up in Australia, with these beautiful deities. And, when Swamiji energizes and infuses life into these deities become independent intelligences. And such a beautiful enlightenment ecosystem is there for the benefit of all the Aussies and all the Hindus living there, just because of the decision of one person wanting to revive the enlightenment ecosystem, Kailasa. So much, if each of us can decide, so much can happen to the world. And I request each of you to come and join and be a part of Kailasa. And first step is joining in the Hindu voting. There are so many topics that we have opened up for voting now, and all you have to do is go to kailasa.org/Hindu votes and join the Kailasa voting and cast your vote. Cast your vote and let the world know that Hindu votes are sacred, our Hindu voices are sacred, and we need to let our collective voice be known to the world. Right. And if any Muslim gets, even slightly misrepresented in the media, the whole, so much of news articles saying, oh, we are minority and minority rights and whatnot gets published in the media left, right, and center. And because we don't have a Hindu voice, so much of atrocity and things are being done to Hindus, and it is not really it is not really heard anywhere because we Hindus do not have a voice. So Hindu votes are sacred. Please go to kailasa.org and participate in the Hindu voting. Now let us watch a short clip on Swamiji explaining why we need Kailasa, the importance of Kailasa.
Why we need a Hindu nation? That question need to be addressed. Because the Hindu civilization is good, it need to be kept alive, we need a Hindu nation. But the civilization is getting destroyed in extremely alarming speed. Hindus are neither ready to wake up, and anyone who is even trying to wake up the Hindus is targeted and destroyed brutally. Fortunately, with the grace of Paramashiva, I am still alive. I am not killed. I did not fall. But the number of attempts on my life and the lawfare done on me and the defamation, destroying my identity, all this is enormous. If you see the volume of atrocity material generated on me in the internet, you will be shocked. Listen carefully. I want Hindus to know this truth. Understand? The target of anti-Hindu elements is not me, you. Because I am defending all of you, I am being targeted. Listen. Wake up to that. Oh Hindus, the target of anti-Hindu elements is not me, you. Because I am defending you, protecting you, they are targeting me. Wake up to this truth. Let me reveal some of these truths step by step. First, India has two layers. Civilizational nation, territorial nation. The threats territory is facing, all of you know. But the threats civilizational nation is facing, unsaid. Even the Hindus are not waking up to this truth. The threat Hindu civilizational nation is facing, even Hindus strongly believe caste system is wrong. Oh God. Hey, this is the system which made you live, which is your life, which is still keeping you alive, the only existing ancient civilization. There are 49 ancient civilizations. All 48 has disappeared. The only living continuously living unbroken civilization is Hindu civilization. The reason, one and only reason, is caste system. Kula talchi uyarchi sollal pavam. That line I agree. There is no higher or lower among the caste. That I agree. But don't try to dismantle the very caste system. The caste system kept this civilization alive. Deity worship kept the civilization alive. Temples kept the civilization alive.
Yes, Nithyananda, and welcome back, everyone. And just wanted to share with everybody that we have our upcoming events coming up, which is on the 24th. We have the Venkateshwara Bhava Samadhi Darshan coming up on the 24th of January. And on the 28th, we have the Thaipusam event and a very special Subramanya Bhava Samadhi Darshan of our beloved Swamiji happening on the 28th on the special occasion of Thaipusam. So on the 24th and 28th, we have the next upcoming events. And on the 28th, the next Paramashivoham program is also starting up. So you can go ahead and register for the upcoming events, and especially for the Bhava Samadhi Darshan in kailasa.org/Bhava Samadhi Darshan. You can register yourself for the upcoming events. And if you have not yet signed up to be an e-passport or an e-citizen holder, you can go ahead and sign up for that as well. And I'm going to now take a few moments to read. We have some of the questions. If you're watching us on YouTube, you can post some of the questions on the YouTube live under the live chat. We have some of the viewers who have already posted and their comments. Saying we have Mohia Roy saying need initiation into Paramashivoham. So Mohia Roy, you can go to kailasa.org/Paramashivoham and go ahead and register yourself in the Paramashivoham program. The next Paramashivoham program is starting on the 28th. And if you're watching us live, please do go ahead. Yes, we have Divya Verma is saying, is the Venkateshwara Darshan over? No, the Venkateshwara Darshan is only on the 24th of January. It's not today. It's on the 24th of January. Today we have the live satsang coming up. Okay. And we have Divya Verma asking that question. Divya Verma, you can register for the Venkateshwara Bhava Samadhi Darshan in kailasa.org/Bhava Samadhi Darshan. Okay, and if you have any questions, you can post it under the YouTube live feed, under the live chat. You can go ahead and post your questions. We'll be more than happy to take your questions, comments, and or also on the Facebook chat as well. Yes. We have many comments, many people supporting us on Facebook as a live feed, Facebook comments, as well as on YouTube. And yes, if you do have any questions, comments, you can post it under the live feed. Yes, and Ma Nithyanandita, whatever you would like to share about the revival of Hindu nation, comparing it to, initially we had spoken about comparing it to Israel and comparing it to Vatican, and how it is important for us. And if there are any more points you would like to add on this topic. Can you unmute yourself, Ma?
See, there is a lot of research that is happening now, which is literally an eye-opener in terms of what has been, told to us as far as history is concerned. Plenty of researches that are coming up. One of the reasons why we are able to reconstruct history, despite so much of our whitewashing, is that we've had a great tradition, and it's the same tradition which which Africa has had and certain other countries have had, and that is a tradition of storytelling and singing. Oral singing. For example, in India, we have the tradition called the Bauls, which is in BAULS, which is in Bengal. These are traveling minstrels who would sing. So in the same way, a lot of our history has been hidden in poetries. And so these poetries are being used to rewrite our history and bring to the fore the contributions of those areas of history which got whitewashed from India, from our history books, especially that of the Hindu kings. So one of the most recent ones I read about or heard about is a work by a person called Dr. Omendra. Now, another important thing that is happening as far as the narrative rewriting in India is happening is that many of these research scholars are not historians, but they are people with a scientific background. And you know how it is with scientists, unless and until they have proof, they will not rest, correct? So there are people who are engineers, who are, from a field of astronomy. There's a field which is called as astroarchaeology. They are doctors and people like that. So one of the latest that I heard is the rewriting of the story of Maharana Pratap and the bravery of the Rajputs. In fact, in the way the story of the Rajputs have been told to us, it's like as if the Rajputs are the ones who compromised with all these, Islamic rulers, and which is why, the Mughal period is shown as being the greatest thing that happened in this country. And here we get to know as to what really it was. They were literally, the Rajput soldiers were shoulder to shoulder with very, very brave women. So like that, many parts of the country, the history is getting rewritten. The Northeast, for instance, which was the first area of this, in India, which got converted into, Christianity, they are waking up to their Hindu past. So there is, lot of regional histories that is getting rewritten, and it is all getting authenticated by new archaeological findings. Many of these actually proper interpretations of these poems and these, literary works and things like that. One of the things which people have maligned very badly is the Manusmriti. If you really see, they say the caste system in India has been the worst thing to happen. In fact, Sumati Inal, she forwarded a link to us on the very word that you used at the start of this, satsang, which is Hindu Vatican. She forwarded us. And that whole narrative over there is on such false presumptions. And where this person, some Agarwal who has written that book, he says that the panacea for India, is you abolish the caste system and everything will be fine with the Hindus. And we know really why the Jati system and the Varna system is so important for a very strong foundation of the Hindu civilization in this country. So what I am submitting is this: we've had great storytelling tradition. There is a lot of stories and original ones coming out. I would entreat people go and read them. And there are many people who are bringing these stories to the fore. There are many channels, many very learned scholars. And what links all these scholars together is one thing. They have gone abroad, studied, and come back to India. It is while they were abroad, they found as to such a wrong representation of Hinduism that was being, brought to the fore. And they say, no, this is not true for us because our background says something else. And they have come back and, planted themselves here, and they're doing the research of things. So there is a rewriting happening. It needs to get into our history books, and it needs to get into our school books and universities and all these people. But having said that, I'm saying along with Swamiji's work, also read all these, because there's so much out there for people to learn, to pitch into or get into.
Absolutely. Absolutely, Ma. And there's so much material out there. And today, if you actually see, many of the materials that you learn about Hinduism is from anti-Hindu scholars. Most of them have, done research to denigrate Hinduism, or to even if somebody reads about Hinduism, they will start hating Hinduism, because Hindus are not taking professions to spend time in doing research in Hinduism, or learning Hindu religious studies. And most of the people who actually spend time doing these inter-religious studies are people from different backgrounds, cultures, and they don't have an idea about Hinduism, and they do research on Hinduism and write so much of material on Hinduism. Today, if anybody wants to learn like an introduction to Hinduism or a Hinduism 101, other than Swamiji, if they go out and search anywhere, any other source, they are bound to hit anti-Hindu, actually atrocity material on Hinduism. And there are researchers who are funded to come and research about Hinduism. And if you actually see so many people, from other religions, they learn about Hinduism only to misrepresent Hinduism. So the very narrative of Hinduism is from anti-Hindus. And it is very important we understand. I was for long reading this translation of G.U. Pope. That was the only available translation of Tiruvasagam in English, and I wanted to learn that Tiruvasagam. I so much wanted to learn, but it was the only available translation was from G.U. Pope. And very recently, I learned that he was actually a Christian father who came and he learned Tamil and he, translated it for the purpose of misrepresenting it. We don't even know who is actually translating and whose translation we are digesting and reading. Without us knowing, even psychologically, we get affected by such translation. So it's very, very important that we Hindus take time and choose careers where we can protect Hinduism. That is what Hindu University, Nithyananda Hindu University is doing. Swamiji is doing through reviving all these careers. If you are a Hindu professor, if you are a Hindu priest, if you are a Hindu researcher, you have a life, you have a career, you can live a good life and do research on these greater sciences of Hinduism. That is what Swamiji is really reviving. Because until now, anybody who takes a Hindu career is being discouraged, saying, you will not have a good job, you will not have a high-paying salary, don't choose this tradition, don't learn Sanskrit, don't learn Vedas, don't learn Shastras, because if you are learning computer science, you are bound to get an MNC job. If you learn Vedas and Shastras and Sanskrit, who's going to give you a job? And you will end up being a teacher or a professor somewhere and, earning some meager salary. And there is so much of, amongst Hindus, there's so much of discouragement that is happening in taking these Hindu professions. Chitrapanama, what would you like to add about this? The importance for us to take professions which are Hindu-centric so we can revive this science.
Well, actually, we have a Hindu university, and we have the lead over there who is actually leading the NASA scientists for like that. A lot of children need to actually, especially during this pandemic, they have so much of time. Can you hear me, Ma? There's so much of time on their hands. They can learn some of these chants and things like that. For instance, Sanskrit. Because they say it's a secular country, Sanskrit has not been encouraged in India. But if you look in Germany and Russia, everywhere they're studying our literature because they know the importance, they know the depth of knowledge which is there in our Sanskrit literature, which they have got with them. We don't even have it in India anymore. It's all been carted away to their countries. So we have to wake up now and the parents have to send these kids, in class or a German class or a Max Muller. They need to send them to the Sanskrit schools, saying that you're going to get literature which will help you become an Elon Musk. The kind of literature that they have, they can make the Vahanas, they can do so many things. So this is something that we really need to teach in our schools, and unfortunately, most of our schools are run by missionaries, and I don't know how this message is going to get through, but the parents have to start, sending them for online Gurukul classes and things like this. That's the only way that we can even protect what we have, what is fast diminishing. If you don't protect it now, of course, Swamiji is there, but still, in the next 15, 20 years, we don't even know where we're going to be. Swamiji has already said that the emergency button is switched on. So we really need to have the kids go to these institutions and study. Very often I see in many of the Twitter accounts, people say, where do we learn this? Where do we get this information? KAILASA has done a great job with, putting it online. So that needs to be really shared with everybody so that, people can start studying. So much of literature has been put online already. Swamiji's satsang, each sentence itself is a subject for Vakya Sadas or for research. So we have the literature, and luckily we have the avatar. So just expressing this to the world and making our kids, our Hindu kids, we don't have to go anywhere else. Just our own Hindu kids, that's enough. Just they wake up to the fact that they are actually inheritance of such a wonderful past and a future and present. Things will be a very different scenario, Ma. Thank you, Swami.
Absolutely. And we need to understand the attack that Swamiji is facing, the persecution that is happening on Swamiji. It is not on him. It is on Hinduism. Swamiji says, they are attacking you, not me. Right? And when we don't realize that, that is when we think, oh, it is, some persecution and some, and we start believing in such atrocity material. We start believing in such hate news without knowing that who is attacking whom. The actual attack is on Hinduism, is on Hindus. And because Swamiji is protecting the interests of Hinduism and Sanatana Hindu Dharma, he is being attacked. So we need to realize that the attack is not on Swamiji. The attack is on each and every one of us. The attack is on Hindus as a whole. Let us watch this short clip where Swamiji so beautifully explains how the attack is on Hindus, not on him.
Understand? Bhava Samadhi Darshan is Hindu tradition. And unfortunately, even the neo-Hindus, this last 2 generation Hindus, forgot Bhava Samadhi Darshan is part of Hinduism. I can give you thousands of references, including Sri Ramakrishna wearing sari and living in the Bhava. Tapovanam, near Tiruvannamala, there is a place called Tapovanam. Jnananandagiri Swami, he used to wear sari and be in Devi Bhava during Navaratri. And till today, the Shivacharya who does, the priest who does puja in Tiruvanikaval temple, the noon puja, he has to wear sari and dress up himself as Devi. In Devi Bhava Samadhi, he has to do puja to Paramashiva. All the best things Hinduism has. I have some more evidences collected for whatever statements I made. Deccan Herald wrote in 2010, Deccan Herald is the worst anti-Hindu element, worst anti-Hindu prostitute. They write that Nithyananda was a transvestite, cross-dresser. Devi Bhava Darshan is portrayed as the cross-dressing. The level of abuse, and the same Deccan Herald writes, these criminals. But in India, you cannot file for defamation and get justice and all. Impossible. They write palace worship, the Shivalinga, Shiva Puja is presented as palace worship. God. And this mass media cult in India is trying to say Hinduism is a cult. That's the worst thing. The Deccan Herald mass media cult, the prostitute, worst corrupt prostitute. He says, they write, I'll project that article. Young men and women found in him and his cult, which is strange and often frightening mix of Vedic and Tantric with an attractive and appealing focus on palace worship. Oh God! The Shivalinga we installed and worship in Vaidyasarovar is called palace worship. They don't even understand. Shivalinga is the palace worship, they call it. The Shivalinga is actually the Jyoti Stamba, Paramashiva manifested as a light shaft. That is what we are worshipping. But they mistranslate. See, the Linga is translated as phallus by Max Mullerian's abusers. So these guys follow the same Max Mullerian definition and call it as phallus worship. Worst criminals. This mass media cult in India, see, first they started making me illegitimate. Next is they are making whole Hinduism illegitimate. Hindus, wake up. It is not attack on me, it is attack on Hinduism. Why we need a Hindu nation? That question need to be addressed. Because the Hindu civilization is good, it need to be kept alive. We need a Hindu nation. But the civilization is getting destroyed in extremely alarming speed. Hindus are neither ready to wake up, and anyone who is even trying to wake up the Hindus is targeted and destroyed brutally. Fortunately, with the grace of Paramashiva, I am still alive. I am not killed. I did not fall. But the number of attempts on my life and the lawfare done on me and the defamation.
Hi, have you always wanted to learn to code but don't know where to start? Would you like to make
destroying my identity? All this is enormous.
here is the Australia Kailasa. How can I be so lucky and have a happy life in Kailasa? It's
I want the whole world to know Hindus have something great to contribute to the world. We have something great to contribute to the world. Let us do that. I want the whole world to know Hindus have something great to contribute to the world. We have something great to contribute to the world. Let us do that. I want the whole world to know Hindus have something great to contribute to the world. We have something great to contribute to the world. Let us do that. I want the whole world to know Hindus have something great to contribute to the world. We have something great to contribute to the world. Let us do that. I want the whole world to know Hindus have something great to contribute to the world. We have something great to contribute to the world. Let us do that. I want the whole world to know Hindus have something great to contribute to the world. We have something great to contribute to the world. Let us do that. I want the whole world to know Hindus have something great to contribute to the world.
With this, we are now ready to move on to today's Nithyananda Satsang. So thank you everyone for joining us for this live Vakyartha Sadas on Kailasa, the Hindu Vatican. And we'll see you all for our next wonderful event, which is the Venkateshwara Bhava Samadhi Darshan on the 24th and the Subramanya Bhava Samadhi Darshan on the 28th of January. And we will now get ready for today's Nithyananda Satsang. Please sit straight, close your eyes. Intensely chant the Mahavakya. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham as we get ready for today's Nithyananda Satsang. Close your eyes. Bring your awareness to all the three eyes and intensely chant the Mahavakya. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om
Connecting with the divine with your eyes closed is meditation. Connecting with the divine with your eyes open is darshan. Come, let us all now move from meditation to darshan. Slowly, very slowly, please open your eyes.
Asmadacharya Paryanta Vande Guru Paramparam. I welcome you all with my love and respect. I welcome all the devotees, disciples, living and practicing Hindus, de facto Kailasians, all the Mantreshwaras, Vidyeshwaras, Ganeshwaras, Lokeshwaras, Astreshwaras, diplomats, e-diplomats, citizens, consulate generals, supporters, everyone sitting with us all over the world. Paramashivoham Season 14 participants and Paramashiva Ganas, I welcome all of you with my love and blessings. Paramashiva the part is made same way. I'll teach you the science of using consciousness and manifest your life. Simple 3 instruction. Listen. I'll explain the logic, science behind the instructions next. First listen. The root chakra, Mooladhara, the lust-centric, lust energy-centric chakra. Second, Swatisthana, the spleen chakra, fear-centric. Third, Manipuraga, navel chakra, food and ori-centric. Now, listen intensely. In the lust center, there is no difference between your visualization and actual action. The actual actions impact and your visualizations impact on your life. If you see, the actual actions of your lust may have only the legal implications externally. Other than that, other than the legal implication, whether it's a legitimate wife or illegitimate or gay or lesbian, other than the legal, socio-legal component of the sexual act, the act or the mental action, please understand, simple words, very raw. Your fantasy, your pornography, your masturbation, all this and actual sexual act, this too, if you see all the mind related sexual actions, body related actions, other than the legal implication, there is no two difference, there is no second difference on the consciousness between these two. Let me put it more and more straight, because I am talking to the large open audience. My words need to be very clearly spelled out. That is why step by step I am spelling it out and using long sentences. Listen. Consciously, your visualizations about sex, pornography, masturbation, all these has the same effect as physical act. And I am not going to say physical act is good, bad, right, wrong. If this is same, then why not go for physical act? All those logic I am not going to analyze. I am going to reveal some of the most important truths for your enlightenment. Let me stop from the angle of attending to this whole issue only from the angle of enlightenment. Listen. Listen sincerely. Let me give you some of the conclusions. Let me give you some of the conclusions so you will understand the logic. First, mentally digesting all the fantasies of sex, body pleasures, completes your being, liberates you from undersexed or oversexed bondage ideas. Man or woman, person who always equates sexual pleasure to the sexual act feels either undersexed or oversexed, feels all the time others are oversexed and they are undersexed. Too much of complicated relationship with sex leads to complicated relationship with the body, leads to complicated, very frustrated relationship with the thinking itself. No?
जयतु जयतु आनंदेश्वर जयतु 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 नित्यानंद जयतु जयतु
If you are able to see me, hear me, please wave your hands. Now, listen. Listen intensely. You need to know the conclusion I wanted to give, and powerful cognitions you need to carry, both. The conclusion I wanted to give, listen carefully. Your conscious expression, manifestation of lust, sex, sexual acts, fantasies, pornographic manifestations, your wild perversions, everything. If you sit and chew them consciously, not mentally, there is a difference between mentally and consciously. If you chew sexual fantasies mentally, you will be obsessed, and all the actions related to sex will be like a compulsion, forced. There will not be any conscious involvement, freedom or participation. More like a, you have to sneeze. Listen carefully. Mind binds, consciousness liberates. Formula. Basic sutra. Mana is bandha. Chit is moksha. Mind is bondage. Anything done mentally leads to obsession and obsessive compulsive behavior.
இடியோடு மின்னலாய் புவி மீது புயலானவன் நித்யானந்தமயமானவன் நித்யானந்தமயமானவன் முதலாகி முடிவாகி மூச்சாகி பேச்சாகி முத்தமிழ் வித்தான மறைநூல்கள் நித்யான.
Listen. Sorry for the technical glitch again. Anyhow, listen. Consciously, when you engage with your fantasies, desires, sex related right, wrong, good, bad, socially accepted, legitimate or perversion, anything. If you can consciously use your visualization and get involved, you will be liberated without need for the physical act from the feeling of undersexed or oversexed, denied or exploited, all the incompletions, frustrations related to sex. All human beings feel whether they are having legitimate marriage relationship or outside marriage relationships, whatever may be, irrespective of age, gender, orientations, choices, everybody feels either undersexed or oversexed, either deprived or exploited. It's like a cycle. The fundamental root cause is sex remains as obsession, compulsion. The act does not have liberating consequence, fulfilling consequence. It may be tiring, releasing, letting you rest, but not fulfilling. Please understand. Important formula for power manifestation. If you understand what I am talking today, not only you will be liberated from thousands of problems, you will start manifesting powers. So I want all of you to watch this satsang 3-4 times, because many statements I am making, individually they won't make sense. Only if you listen step by step, they will make sense. First, the root chakra, lust-centric energy center, Mooladhara chakra. Impact of sex on your consciousness is same whether it is physical or mental or visual or imagination or fantasizing. Only socio-political, legal impacts are different, but inside the impact is same whether it is an action or imagination. So, understand the deeper revelations. If you intensely, consciously involve with your visualizations, fantasies, without labeling them as legitimate, illegitimate, socially accepted romance or perversion, and just see consciously and start digesting them, you will experience absolute liberation. There will not be any need for external act. If there is a external act, it will be more like a gracing, not compulsion. Second, the Swadhisthana chakra, fear-centric. If you sit and consciously involve intensely in all your fears and the root cause of fears and insecurities, you will be completely free from all fears, and the kind of the boldness, courage you will manifest. See, at one point you will reach the source of your fears. You will feel, oh, everything is over. From this moment, whatever way life happens is a bonus. That's all what can be done. When that shift happens to you, that is the moment Yama, Kala is giving you the blessing of not taking life for granted and liberating you from all the fear-centric behavioral patterns. See, at one point in my life, I reached, everything is over. Now, if I am alive from next moment, whatever way I may exist is a blessing, bonus. Understand? Listen to this very carefully. This realization is the boon from Yama, Kala. Decision not to hang on to our fantasies about life and our fears about our fantasies. Understand? Whenever your mind involves, your fears become fantasies and fantasies become fears. These are the statements you need to meditate very deeply. When there is an obsessive compulsive behavior, your fantasies become fears and fears become fantasy. Romance become perversion, perversions become romance. War becomes love, love becomes war. Listen carefully. At one point in my life, I reached externally in the outer world, any situation, if I am going to be alive, remembering I exist, it's a blessing. Nothing more can be taken away from me. And internally, if I am still able to consciously cognize I am existing without a mental breakdown, that itself is a blessing. There is nothing more. I don't need, I don't expect any bliss, or I am not afraid of depression anymore, or the worst mental states, mood swings, or the worst external conditions. See, the fear of the worst possible external conditions and internal conditions have been accepted by the deepest core of my existence, and nothing more to visualize, fantasize about the worst possible external conditions or internal conditions and get frightened. There is nothing more I need to visualize and get frightened. It's all over. That moment, something broke in me. My consciousness touched time. And Yama gave way, Kala gave way, and I reached Kala Bhairava. Listen. Consciously sitting and cherishing all your fears, not mentally being kicked. Just mind releases all the fears and the fears erupt out in you. No, I am not talking about that. I am talking about consciously sitting and visualizing, cherishing. What more can happen where this kind of illogical patterns come? Listen, the modern day politics corporates exploited science is the most unscientific. The science manipulated by corporates, chronic capitalists, manipulated by politicians for their political gain is the most unscientific science. Same way, the scientists in the name of science use such absurd logic, systems, methodologies and exploit the mass. I tell you, the most dangerous modern day cult is exploited science, manipulated science. Science exploited by politicians and manipulated by chronic capitalists is the most dangerous modern day cult. Same way, your fears exploited by your mind is the most dangerous threat for your existence. I tell you, I am defining delusion. Oh God, too many things I am revealing. See, I am Paramashiva. I am telling you very simply. You are Paramashiva. Listen carefully. I am Paramashiva. I am telling you very clearly. You are Paramashiva. You just have to start manifesting consciously. Accept your Paramashivatva. Now, when you come back and tell me, no, see, one gang starts laughing at me. The other gang, no. It is all difficult. I know you told me many times, but I have not tried. And there will be one gang. I know you told me, I tried. I even manifested 2-3 powers. Then I start getting bored and... Oh, you see, I moved only 3 inch the water bottle. I thought I should move it till my wife's bedroom or my... So I got a little tired, bored and left. When you come back with unexpected responses, the unexpected, perverted, manipulated responses for the pure, simple initiation is called delusion. When I say you are Paramashiva, you understand the simple, straightforward conversation very sweetly and say yes. When Swamiji is in the human body and he can assert his Paramashivatva, then I am also in the same kind of a human body. I can assert my Paramashivatva and he loves me. He will tell me only what is good for me. Let me do what he is telling. That's it. This simple relationship leads to enlightenment. This is Shaktipada, Shaktinipada. When response from you, that is called delusion. It can be arrogance, abusive, fraudulent, pious fraudulent, it can be any. It can be any. I wanted to put this on record. There was one Swami whom I respect very much. He has built a beautiful temple in front of the deity, not even on the deity, below the deity. Peetam, he was sitting and his disciples have offered arati for him also along with the deity. Putting this photograph, the anti-Hindus using this photograph and abusing that Swami is, we can't attend to that. We can't answer them. Hindus, some of my disciples have disrespected that Swamiji for that action. And some of the practicing Hindus have disrespected that Swamiji for that action. I want to put this on record. All my disciples, you will not disrespect that Swamiji for that action. And if you have disrespected, you will complete and apologize. First thing, only I know. First, that goddess, that deity, she manifested in that Swamiji's body. Through that body only, she even built temple for herself. So, what he did is absolutely right and as per Agama. He sat not on the deity, on the Peetam of the, means at the feet of the deity he sat. He sat only at the feet of the deity. And his devotees have done Aarti. That is perfectly all right. I tell you, Paramashiva is more present in the consciousness which is ready to manifest him than in any deity. So, understand the principle, cosmic truth, listen carefully. Swadhisthana, fear-centric chakra. If you decide to get involved consciously in your fears, there will be one point you will reach God. Nothing more worst can happen to my existence externally or internally. There can't be any more pain, possible collapse for my external existence or internal existence. You will reach that and drop. That is the moment the beautiful, powerful cognition will rise in you. From now, every second I am alive internally and I feel I am alive externally. Itself is a blessing. Nothing more is needed. I neither need bliss, joy inside me to be blissful, to feel fulfilled, nor I need something externally to feel fulfilled and complete. That experience will happen in you if you consciously involve with all your fears, fear fantasies, the patterns, the way the fear manifests in you. Understand? Just like when politicians manipulate science, that becomes the most unscientific. When chronic capitalists manipulate science, not only that becomes most unscientific, most dangerous weapon, cult, to exploit human beings. When your own mind, due to its obsessive compulsive behavior, gets involved into your fears and deludes yourself, whatever you build around you for your security is the worst, most unscientific, dangers you do to yourself. Whatever you consider as security, you land in putting yourself in danger because of delusion. What do you think as security? Actually, the things which is danger for you, you start thinking them as security. Listen. Obsessive compulsive behavior with sex or fear leads to such delusions, you start enjoying the pains, start building dangerous things around you in the name of security. I tell you, the most dangerous thing you can build in your life for you is continuous self-conflicting, self-criticizing, self-sabotaging thought current. Means you start cherishing your own failures and see, you need this. You have to get this. You will be getting this only. Self-sabotaging, and then you feel very strongly, anyhow you are going to fail. Why to fail later on? Let's fail now. I tell you, life means you feeling, anyhow I am going to be successful. Why to do after 10 years? Let me become successful now. That is life. This is what Arunagiri Yogeshwara told me. Hey, any one day you have to master all the scriptures and start teaching. Let's do it now, instead of wasting time. I said, yes, Swamiji. If I have to do, why to wait till 30, 40? Let me do it now. This is what is life. But your delusion, sometimes, oh, if I am going to fail, then why wait till the age of 40, 50 to fail? Let's fail now. The other day I was telling one of my sannyasini, she said, anyhow, one day I'll feel hurt and leaving you. Why wait till then? Let me now itself, better to leave instead of getting hurt later. Let me get hurt now and leave. I said, this is what exactly delusion, suicidal, life negative. What you call as security is the danger. You build all the dangers. You build an atomic bomb around you and you call that is your security for you. Before it kills others, it will kill you. I'll tell you what is the most secured. Anyhow, one day I have to be successful. So let me become successful now. The right attitude for all of you. Listen. Anyhow, one day I have to reach Kailasa and be with Swamiji. Let me do it as early as possible. That's all. Whether you come and be in Kailasa with me now or next Janma, you have to do. That is where your life ends. Your life concludes. Your climax is reaching Kailasa, Salokya Mukti, Samibhya Mukti, Sarubhya Mukti, Sayujya Mukti. Anyhow, one day you have to do. Better do it now. This is what is life. And what she told me is the death, means life negative. The logic she gave. Anyhow, one day I'll get hurt and leave. Better to leave now. Get hurt now itself and leave. That is what is absolute suicidal, life negative. No. Anyhow, one day everyone has to come and be in Kailasa. Reach me. Whether you reach me with this body you are carrying and enjoy life around me, or you are going to get new body and come back, all that. But anyhow, one day you have to reach Kailasa, be in Salokya Mukti, Samibhya Mukti, Sarubhya Mukti, Sayujya Mukti. So better to do now. Exactly. Arunagiri Yogeshwara taught me life. Actually, there was a huge volume book, Vedanta Manana Sindhamani. That book name is still I can remember. Huge, like a pillow, that size of the book. And my grandfather brought that book to me and then said that the class for you is going to start on this subject, on Vedanta Manana, means internalizing the powerful cognitions. Seeing that book itself, I got frightened. But I know the technique. If I take it to Arunagiri Ishvara, I will just chew the whole thing and just directly insert it on my system. Very sweetly he will insert. He will just chew one bit leaf. Literally he will chew in the mouth and give me the tambulam. I'll just take his hand and take it from his hand. Will not leave even one small bit in his fingers. Literally bite his fingers also and take the tambulam, and the whole knowledge he wants to reveal will be there inside me like experience. So I thought, let me do simple process. Like literally downloading. I took that book and gave it to Arunagiri Yogeshwara and said, my Tata told me that I have to start reading this book and they are going to start the class. Then the discussion turned. Arunagiri Yogeshwara started asking me, why are you feeling so tired and bored to read this book? I said, oh God, such big book. Anyhow, I will not be able to complete. Then why to waste time on starting it? He said, fool, that is what is absolute wrong. He told, anyhow, one day you have to finish studying all these scriptures and start teaching to the world. You want to do it when you are 40, 50 or when you want to do it now? Why waste time till 40, 50? I said, that is right. If I have to do any one day, let me do it now. That is what is life. The principle of life. So understand, any one day, anyhow, you have to one day manifest Paramashiva. Better to do it now. If you think, oh, even if I start, one day I am going to drop it, then why to start? That is what is suicidal. I can rest only after I achieve Sayujya Mukti, once for all. Oneness with Paramashiva. Till then I can't rest. I can be moving here, there. Finally I have to come only there to Paramashivatva. Then why waste time moving here and there? Let me achieve it. That is what is life positive. Listen to this. The moment that clicked with me, with Arunagiri Yogeshwara, I just took the book and said, Swamiji, you bless me that I'll master this book. He just smiled. And this time, usually he will tell me, hey, go and bring white betel leaf. Vella vettala in Tamil. See, he had his own reasons. For some time he will ask me to get the black betel leaf, karuppu vettala. It will not be like a complete black. It is a little blackish on the green leaf. Sometimes he will tell, get vella vettala, white betel leaf, and it will not be like a fully white. It will be a little white shade in the green. So this time he neither told me to get the betel leaf, nothing. He just took something from his teeth. I saw it's a sugar candy and put it in my mouth. And I just saw that whole knowledge of that book, Vedanta Manana Chindamani, has just got into my system. Listen carefully. One day you have to achieve enlightenment. When you are sure about it, you yourself will decide, better let me achieve it now. Why waste time? Next, listen to the next point. your Manipuraga, navel chakra, is capable of living without external food just by you consciously eating. Please listen. When I am uttering this word, I am responsibly talking. And I know this satsang is getting video recorded, and for the, I don't know how many thousands of years, the generations which is going to come is going to listen to this satsang and practice it sincerely. With that sincere commitment to my Guru Paramashiva and to my disciples who are going to come forever, to this whole Guru Parampara, with that sincerity and commitment and integrity, I am making this statement. Consciously sit and intensely visualize you eating, digesting, getting empowered, building your body for a few days. You will see suddenly, drastically, the need for the physical food will drop. It will drop so much, you will understand the truth behind my statement. Your conscious visualization is enough, whether to liberate you from the sexual needs physically or any other security needs related to fears or any other prana, energy source needs from external world. All the three you can be liberated just by your conscious involvement with your sex, with your fears, with your food. When this three is handled, worries will simply disappear. Worries don't have existence independently other than these three. Source of energy for your system will be absolutely attended by consciously visualizing you eating feast. I'm telling you with tremendous responsibility. You try to practice this and see. Then you will understand. Within 1 week, 90% of your food intake will drastically drop. If you just practice for 1 week, sit for half an hour every day. Visualize as if you are eating too much, all kinds of food you want to eat. Just sit and visualize. Consciously. See, if you are tempted and you get that food and start eating, then you are doing it mentally. That is like an obsessive compulsion. Your marriage, your insurance, your permanent restaurants, all the three are obsessive compulsion. I have a lot of jokes and stories. I will not get into that now. Worst delusion, the deluded sense of security is given to you by the name of insurance. You think when the moment you get the life insurance, you are not going to die. The money is going to go to people who are waiting for your death. May even quicken the process as much as possible, as much as legally allowed. and you think that is your security. And marriage is the worst killer of lust. I will not expand on these statements much. All obsessive compulsive involvement with your sex or fear or food leads to more and more life negative, deluded, most unscientific way of existing. Consciously involved. See, just like if you have the habit of decorating deities, doing puja, how micro detail you need to get involved. To that micro detail, sit and visualize consciously, like how Pusalar Nayanar built the temple consciously in his inner space. Like that, sit and visualize. All your food related fantasies, all your fear related patterns and unconscious, frightening, terrorizing visualization, which collapses you, which makes you have mental breakdown or nervous breakdown. Sometimes people think, I can tolerate anything but not the disease. Sometimes people think, I can tolerate anything. See, some people can tolerate anything but can't tolerate certain disease. Some people can tolerate anything but can't tolerate their near and dear one's death. Some people can tolerate anything but can't tolerate losing their freedom, independence, like imprisonment, fear of prison. Some people can tolerate anything but can't handle losing the wealth. Like this, you may have some of the worst terrorizing fears which brings immediately mental breakdown, nervous breakdown. Consciously involve into that fear, visualize them, and what can be done. See how that manipulative patterns of your fears design and show the life, even though you don't have any problem, as filled with problems. I tell you, a swadhisthana without fear will be absolutely in Turiya. You will never have any dream. Dreamless Turiya state is the symptom. That is the proof your swadhisthana is absolutely relaxed, pure. Your fears have left you. Understand? Consciously involving with your lust, sex, fantasies, perversions, without physical act, consciously involving with your fear, mental breaking, nervous breaking patterns, the patterns which literally brings mental breakdown, nervous breakdown in you. Consciously involve and go through those patterns, visualize. Let them lose power over you. And consciously sit and eat, fill your body and make yourself energetic through that food. If you just do these three consciously, everything you consciously visualize will become reality in the world. Listen. I don't have time to waste with the fools who don't feel connected that I am Paramashiva. if you feel connected to my identity, the principle Paramashiva, which I am manifesting, then my life is for you. If you don't feel connected, switch off the TV and go and see what you like. Go and spend time in what you like. And go and at least enjoy your life as per your definition of enjoyment. If you are here feeling connected to my declaration that I am representing, manifesting the greatest principle of the cosmos, Paramashiva, listen to what I am saying. Just this 3 visualization consciously. Start playing with them. You can choose one day. One day you can choose fear. One day you can choose lust. One day you can choose food. All I am asking is half an hour from you. Play with them for next 1 week. Visualize all the food variety you want to eat. You are eating and becoming energetic with that food. One day sit and get into the depths of the fears which brings mental breakdown, nervous breakdown literally inside you. Consciously get to the depth of it. It will be literally like a cobweb removed from your brain. Oh God, such a simple thing. Life is so simple. Why did I complicate it so much? You will feel that relief. The cobweb removed from your brain is the dream states removed from your consciousness. All delusion will go. If you feel my eyes are very sharp and you want that kind of a sharp eyes, this is the method. Sit. If you enjoy my eyes and you like my eyes, the way it is sharp, and you want the depth which is there in my eyes, in your eyes, stop dreaming. The technique for stopping the dreaming is sit and get into the nervous breaking, mental breaking fears of your life and how that cobweb pattern is created in your brain and how you are deluded and caught into that cobweb and how that pattern triggers and puts you in mental breakdown and makes you feel nervous breakdown and insecurity. In that insecurity, you do all stupid things and destroy your life. Get out of it. I am giving you the boon today. With the blessings of Kala Bhairava, practice this truth which I am revealing. All will be liberated from fears. As Kala Bhairava. I bless you all. All of you will be free from all fears. Practice, manifest this simple truth. All the Paramashivoham season 14 participants, I bless you all. Listen. If you want the sharpness in my eyes, light, tejas in my eyes, do this process. Get into the patterns of fears which brings mental breakdown, nervous breakdown in you. Face them. You will be free. You will have that sharp eyes. First. Second. Any of you want this flat tummy? If you feel I really want that flat tummy, sit and visualize intensely, consciously eating all the food you ever want to eat. Without eating, mentally, consciously, not mentally. Listen to this statement. Not mentally, but consciously eat. Mentally, if you start eating dosa, you will try to get dosa and eat. Mentally, if you start thinking of pizza, you will try to get pizza and eat. That is obsessive compulsive behavior. No. Consciously sit and visualize you are eating and feeling energized by that food. Suddenly you will see 90% of your food need intake will drop within a week. You will have this flat belly, flat stomach. Third, if you want this shining skin, if you feel suddenly I become too shining and you want that, sit without going through the sexual physical act, intensely go through the visual conscious act of all the fantasies you ever collected, romance or perversion, anything. You will see the whole consciousness becomes complete, pure, settles and shining. This tree is the science of Kayakalpa. Science of Kayakalpa. I do not have any fantasy of romance or perversion with this world. My fantasy is black holes and big bangs manifesting. Explosion of billions of black holes, big bangs, Brahmanda Yoni manifesting this cosmos. I have no fantasy related to this world. This world's romance or perversion neither reaches me nor touches me. The cosmos manifests consciously through this being. Listen to this satsang 2-3 times. Try to take notes of each truth I revealed. Try to have Vakyartha Sadas. Try to do just these 3 things for next 1 week. You will simply start manifesting state, space, powers, being, superconsciousness and Kailasa of Paramashiva. With this, I bless you all. Let's all radiate with integrity, authenticity, responsibility, enriching, causing, living Shuddhatvaita Saivam. the state, space, powers, being, superconsciousness, and Kailasa of Paramashiva. Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. The eternal bliss, Nithyananda. Thank you. Be blissful.
श्री कैलासोन्नतद्वादशान्त श्यामला पीठारूढ श्री मीनाक्षि सुन्दरेश्वरा भिन्न स्वरूप परशिवपुत्र रत्न कुमार गुरुमण्यतुल्यावतार श्री पार्वती स्तन्यपानलब्ध दिव्य ज्ञान विश्रुत सकल निगमागम सारभूत द्राविड वेद प्रवक्त्रे श्रीमत् परमशिव करुणा समधिगत मुक्तामय चतुरश्रयान गीयमान छत्र चामर श्रीचिह्न काहलादि समस्त बिरदावल्यलंकृत ज्ञान विज्ञान चक्रवर्ती सर्वजन संघ सद्यो निर्वाण दीक्षा व्ययापवर्ग वर्ष विश्राण जीमूत परमत कलभ केसरी शैव सिद्धांत स्थापनाचार्य श्री राजाधिराज पांड्य महाराज गुरु क्षपण शाक्यादि महांधकार निवारण ज्ञान भानु वीक्षणानर्हार्ह ध्वजोच्छेदन पूर्वक श्रीमद्वृषभध्वज स्थापक शैव समय कर्त्रे सर्वज्ञ पीठारूढ़ श्री जगद्गुरु श्री ज्ञान संबंध देशिक स्वामी वागीश सुंदर माणिक्य वाचक स्वामिनाम् अवतारभूत श्री ज्ञान संबंध स्वामी पुनरुद्धृत श्यामला पीठ सर्वज्ञ पीठ त्रिनवत्युत्तर द्विशततम गुरु महासन्निधान अरुणगिरि योगीश्वर परंपरागत अरुणाचल सर्वज्ञ पीठ गुरु महासन्निधान कैलास परंपरागत कांची कैलास सर्वज्ञ पीठ त्रयस्त्रिंशदुत्तर द्विशततम गुरु महासन्निधान नित्योत्सव नित्य मंगल नित्य कल्याण नित्य रजित कैलास परंपरागत आदि कैलास नित्यानंद पीठ महासंस्थान महासिंहासन पीठ कर्तः साक्षात् श्री परमशिव समुद्भूत कैलास परंपरागत वैवस्वत मनु इक्ष्वाकु हरिश्चंद्र भगीरथ श्रीरामचंद्र शूरसेन इत्यादि अनवच्छिन्न सार्वभौम चक्रवर्ति परंपरागत चतुष्षष्टि योगिनी मंडित चतुष्षष्टि संप्रदाय प्रवर्तक मनुधर्म शासन सूर्यवंश प्राप्त सर्वज्ञ पीठ सुरांगी साम्राज्य मूर्धाभिषिक्त चूड़ामणे साक्षात् श्री परमशिव समुद्भूत कपिल महागुरु पुनरुद्धृत महानिर्वाणि पीठ अष्टोत्तर सहस्र श्री महामंडलेश्वर साक्षात् श्री परमशिव सिंहासनाभिषिक्त समस्त गणनायक श्री महागणपति समारंभ अनवच्छिन्न पीठाधीश्वर Guru Parampara Prapta Atalapitha Ashtottara Sahasratama Ashtottara Sahasra Shri Atalapithadhishvara Dharma Mukti Swarga Purasvarna Pitha Trayovinsha Guru Mahasannidhana Kailasa Paramparagata Adipita Sarvajna Pita Jagatguru Shri Kailasa Punaruddharaka Shri Kailasa Paramacharya Srimat Paramahamsa Parivrajakaacharya Varya Satchidananda Pranavasvarupa Srotriya Brahmanistha Srimad Jagatguru Srila Shri Bhagavat Shri Nithyananda Paramashiva Shri Jnana Sambandha Deshika Paramacharya Swamin Atragatya Paripalya Cha Asman Vijnana Vitaranena Vijayi Bhava Jaya Jaya.
I want the whole world to know Hindus are something great. We have something great to contribute to the world. Let us do that. I want the whole world to know Hindus have something great to contribute to the world. We have something great to contribute to the world. Let us do that.
Nithyanandam, and thank you so much for joining us again today. And I hope you have enjoyed the satsang today and all the powerful cognitions that we are receiving every single day from Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagatguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness, Nithyananda Paramashivam. And what a boon that we have received today to be liberated from all the fears. And all we need to do is to sit down consciously with our pattern and literally experiencing them consciously, not mentally, but consciously. So thank you so much once again for joining. Tomorrow, please join us over the weekend also for the Hindu think tank. So every day, live Vakyartha Sadhas is happening on the exciting and very important topics from temple rituals to the importance of the only Hindu nation, Sri Kailasa. And if you had the amazing blessing of having the contact with the ancient science and civilization that the Sanatana Hindu Dharma is, and you know the elevation benefits you experience in your life already. And also, if you are looking at a change in the area of wealth, then why not to register for the Venkateshwara Darshan that is happening live by the grace of His Divine Holiness. And that's on 24th of January, just the day after tomorrow, at 8:30 p.m. Indian Standard Time. And you can sign up at events.kailasa.org. So thank you so much once again for joining, and we are seeing you tomorrow. Nithyanandam. Om Purnamada Purnamidam Purnat Purnamudachyate Purnasya Purnamadaya Purnameva Vashishyate. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Hari Om Tat Sat. Bhagavan Shri Nithyananda Paramashivam Parukar Pranamastu. Om Nithyanandam. Nithyanandam.